Good morning, colleagues. Let's please settle down so that we can start.
Moment of prayer, silent meditation.
Maybe we can.
Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay, so we are going to start with a short moment of meditation. Let's please stand for that. Thank you. You may be seated. The program. The program. Yeah. We are now officially opening the meeting for the benefit of those who may not know me yet. My name is Zamakanyase. I am the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy, and I have been asked by my co-chair here to lead this meeting. My co-chair is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Zolini Mkhize. Also on my right, so that we know who is sitting here in front. On my right is the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy, Mr. Ariko Kodze, who is part of our support for this meeting. So I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Minister of the the Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Khosiento Ramakgopa, and the Deputy Minister of COGTA, Dr. Dixon Masimula. We are led by the doctors here in these departments. So also present here are the committee members for both COGTA and Electricity and Energy. I greet the members of the committee. I also greet the representatives of the Department of Electricity and Energy and of COGTA. I know that there's also Eskom present here today. If there is anyone else that I'm leaving out on that part, they are all acknowledged. I've heard that there are representatives from different entities present. They are all acknowledged. I would like to just confirm if National Treasury has also arrived. Okay, thank you so much. Also, there are different stakeholders present. They are acknowledged, and the support from all different departments and the committees present, you are all welcomed. So we would have wanted to do an introduction across the room, but I think we are quite pressed for time. So I believe that everyone, when they get a chance to speak, they will then be able to introduce themselves and indicate where they come from. With those words, you are welcomed to the meeting. It's a joint meeting for both committees, and we are going to be receiving the reports as stated in the agenda, which is in front of us. So the issue of municipal debt owed to Eskom has received a lot of attention recently due to the spiraling debt, currently standing at 111 billion rands. This outstanding amount has the ability to reverse the positive gains made by Eskom to address the operational and financial challenges. It will also have an impact on the reform of the electricity sector by delaying the separation of the distribution business into a standalone entity, which will further delay the introduction of competition within the electricity sector. Eskom has introduced the Distribution Agency Agreement, or DAAs, to address the escalating municipal debt. The agreements seek to improve revenue collection, deliver skills transfers, and capacitation of municipalities for long-term sustainability, while supporting municipalities to provide sustainable electricity supply. Today, we will hear from Eskom on the progress of the implementation of the DAAs, as well as from the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, and the National Treasury. I forgot to acknowledge SALGA when I was acknowledging everyone. They are also welcome. We look forward to the presentations and welcome all the meeting And welcome all to the meeting, especially my co-chair, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Dr. Mkhize. Welcome, Honorable Mkhize, and the committee members of the Portfolio Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. I will now hand over to him to also just, okay, just before, Doctor. Yes, Honorable Chabile.
Morning, Chair, and the co-chair. Chair, you didn't greet royalty in the house, the serious royalty families here. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, of course, of course. We would like to also formally acknowledge royalty. I would have thought would allow the chair of COGTA to do the honors. That is why I had left that space for him, so that he does it the way they always do it. But of course, we do acknowledge them as a committee, and my co-chair here will probably be able to even mention them by surnames. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyase, the chairperson. We have a very energetic chairperson leading us this morning. It is a joint committee sitting, but the entire program will be driven by Honorable Chairperson for the Energy Portfolio. May I acknowledge Minister Ramokgopa, Deputy Minister Masimula, the members of the portfolio committees on energy, on COGTA, Honorable Kai Tai Bosch, we acknowledge you in both capacities, and honorable members who are here from the two portfolio committees. We welcome you, the leadership of SALGA, the leadership of Eskom, and the Director General, Honorable Director General of COGTA, and your entire team. We welcome you all. We are looking forward to the presentation. The issue of Eskom, issue of energy supply, is actually one of the major issues that for most of our people, they've been able to see the benefits of a new democratic dispensation. They were all largely isolated without any access to energy supply, which now they do. However, this whole area is fraught with a lot of challenges. The ability to reach to all the remote areas has been one major challenge, but the maintenance of the entire infrastructure, the management of debt has also been affected by various dynamics, the poverty levels in the communities, but also the culture of non-payment, the illegal connections, the poor management on governance in municipalities that have resulted into an unmanageable debt. I was shocked to see that there was a municipality that at some point accounted for 10% of the entire Eskom bill, which really means that unless we come with very innovative and drastic ways, we may never be able to get this debt ever resolved. So we're looking forward to your solutions. Obviously, I think each and every one of us has to look at what can you yourself do to reduce this debt. We shouldn't only just look at the municipalities as being the only and the main people that must be dealing with this issue, but I think we need to find a way of assisting each other in a form of cooperative governance, so that at the end we are able to guarantee proper services to our people. Many years ago, and I tell this to my grandkids, we never had access to electricity, and half the time we never had meat going bad in the fridge, because we always had a different solution to it. And when I tell them that we used to prepare jelly and there was no electricity, they say, Mkhulu, that's impossible. And I tell them that the life now is very different, in the sense that what a few hours of lack of electricity is disaster in a manner that we never knew, because of how life has changed. And in one instance, I went on a campaign and I met a few youngsters, about 5 of them, and they stopped me on the road and they said to me, hey, Dr. Mkhize, we have no electricity. And I looked at them. They should not even be able to cook other than having lights in their rooms. And so I said, well, what's the bother with you? They said, and then how do we chat? How do we chat? And for them, reality is connectivity. In the absence of electricity, they have no cell phone battery. And for them, we've affected their lives. And those issues we might take as very small challenges, but they are actually the major issue. It's almost like the issue of connectivity. When I used to be MEC one time, I had a problem of a hospital which was so rural, it was losing a lot of young nurse recruits. And we asked the matron what was the problem, and the matron said it's the cell phone, it's the public call box. When they couldn't call their friends, when they went home on a weekend, they found a job somewhere else. So this connectivity was a matter. Today, connectivity and electricity or energy is part of day-to-day, minute-by-minute survival or maybe existence of our youth. And so when we talk about this issue, we're not talking about a very sophisticated problem of industries or huge communities. We're talking about something that touches even the youngest of citizens because of how our life has actually transformed. And so when we deal with it, we must understand it's not just a generic discussion. It actually affects each and every individual in the household. And so it's a matter that we must be seen to be dealing with the solution. So the issues of load reduction and all of these issues need to be now put on the kind of context that will allow us to be able to say what solutions can we provide. And people look upon this parliament to be able to provide solutions. So from that point of view, we're really looking forward to the discussions. I know SALGA has been involved in a lot of debate on these matters and has got lots of suggestions, and so we're really looking forward to this kind of a conversation. So we will all be in the good and capable hands of our chairperson, and I would now like to hand over to you, Honourable Chairperson. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to welcome the Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, Honourable Graham Murray, who's just joined us. With that, we'll just take the apologies. Mr. Kodze.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just do the apologies for the Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy. My colleague Shireen will do the apologies for PC on COGTA, Chair. So we received the following apologies, Chair. Mr. Paulson, who due to prior commitments is unable to attend. And then Mr. Bapti is not physically in the meeting, Chair, but we've created a link for Mr. Bapti, so he is in the meeting, Chair. Then, as you've indicated, the DM is here. We did receive that she indicated she might be running late. And then there's a request from the Minister of Electricity and Energy, Chair, that he be excused at around 12 o'clock to rejoin Cabinet. And those are the apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Before we go on to COGTA, we'll just take the hand of Honourable Milam.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check that Mr. Bapti was in, but he's just indicated that he is in. And I'd also like to point out that we have the Deputy Minister of Finance with us as well, Mr. Sarapin.
Okay. Welcome, DM. You are acknowledged.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chairperson. From the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, we have apologies from Honourable Van Zyl, that's on study leave. We have apologies from Honourable Labuschagne, that has a family commitment, as well as Honourable Ndamasi, that will be attending the Public Service Portfolio Committee this morning. We also got an apology from the Minister of COGTA, that also has a family bereavement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are now going to start with our presentations. So because we're going to start with Eskom, we will allow the Minister of Electricity and Energy just to give us a few remarks. And then when you go to COGTA, we are then also going to ask the DM of COGTA, Dr. Masimula, to also give us a few remarks before they start with their presentation. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair Kanyase, and good morning to yourself, Chair Dr. Mkhize, the Deputy Minister Samantha Graham Murray, Dr. Masemola DM, DM Sarupen, Councillor Dihale, colleagues here present, and members of the Portfolio Committee. Just to indicate, Chair, I am going to ask to leave at 11 because I'm presenting the Johannesburg situation in Cabinet. They've brought it early. I had initially asked to be recused at 12, so they've brought it early. So I'm at your mercy. But maybe just to introduce the topic, I guess that in the future we are going to have a much broader discussion because I do accept that we're using a narrow lens of trying to resolve this question. And of course, the answers to this question will not be enduring because we're using a narrow lens. So what do I mean by that? Is that we are faced with an economic problem that manifests itself in the inability of consumers to pay. And of course, in this instance, they are dues to municipalities, and municipalities in return are unable to meet their obligation to Eskom on the payment of the bulk supply. We're also using a narrow lens because we're asking an Eskom question. I'm sure Councillor Dihale, when he comes, he'll also share with you that municipalities that they reticulate themselves are sitting with a major problem of under collection. And in fact, the levels of collections, under collection there, or debt, are multiples of what is owed to Eskom. So the point I'm making is that when we formulate the problem statement, it's not necessarily an Eskom debt problem. I think it's a problem of the financial sustainability of the sphere of government that we refer to as local government. And when you put it together, what is being owed is close to R500 billion. So that's the magnitude of the size of the ticket. And now using the narrow lens, what we are attempting to do is to see how best we are able to rescue the situation. So we are sitting with two problems. The first one is that the sale of electricity is a big revenue earner for municipalities. And because of municipalities' inability to collect, so it undermines the capacity of the municipalities to discharge and prosecute their original functions as enshrined in the Constitution. So, I mean, the role of the state, the government really is to, amongst others, is to cross-subsidize. So you take from the rich, you subsidize the poor. That's how the equation works. I mean, algorithmically, that's how it works. Of course, we can try and be a bit more sophisticated, but that's how it works. Also, when you look at the tariff structure, so it means that municipalities' ability to provide social infrastructure is undermined as a result of their inability to collect, at least on the electricity side. And then on the other hand, is that it's an existential problem to Eskom. Because if Eskom is unable to collect this 114 billion rand that is owed, of course it gets to accumulate over time. If it's unabated, it's going to get to a point where Eskom ceases to be a going concern. So when Eskom ceases to be a going concern, its financial position is undermined. It's unable to raise money in the debt capital market. It's unable to fund and reinvest the money into the generating infrastructure. Transmission is still within the body of Eskom, is unable to use on-balance sheet solutions to do this expansion. Of course, we are innovating other ways to buttress the capability of the state to roll out the transmission. So we're looking at bespoke financing instruments that we have already made public. So what that means is that our ability to achieve energy sovereignty is undermined as a result of what is owed to Eskom. So we have come with what I think that there is an ingenious solution to say that instead of making a downstream intervention, looking at just collections alone, which was the debt relief program that National Treasury had initiated, you must look at the entire value chain. So you must start upstream of the value chain and answer the question, why is it that municipalities are unable to collect? Of course, I've made the point that there's a bigger underlying structural problem of the performance of the economy. That notwithstanding, I'm sure municipalities should be able to collect. So part of the reason, the hemorrhaging of skills over time, the inability of municipalities or reluctance to reinvest back into this asset base because they've got other spending pressures and money gets to be directed there. As a result, you see that there's a rapid degradation of the quality of the infrastructure. When we said with Johannesburg, they make the point that their technical losses are sitting at 30%. So that talks to the quality of the investment and modernization in that reticulation and distribution infrastructure. So the DAA answers that question to say that we need to advance this capacity to help municipalities to be able to discharge their function. The licensing conditions of municipalities is not under threat. So there's no stick that if you don't do this, we're going to place a claim on your license to reticulate, because that's an original power of municipalities. And our views are don't tamper with what the constitutional architecture provides for. The DAA won't give you the answers in the next 12 months. The DAA won't give you the answers in the next 24 months. It's a more deliberate, structured problem that requires patience. And Eskom will share with that, because I heard yesterday in the House a suggestion that the DAA is a silver bullet. No, there are bigger structural problems that must be resolved, and then over time you'll see the results of the DAA. So what we're seeking to do is to ensure that municipalities' ability to discharge its function is strengthened. And then you don't create a situation where there are predatory advances to municipalities on the back of what they are owing. So other parties come in with a suggestion that we can take over by helping you doing the following. And at the end, you find that the choices we've made are coming back to hurt the consumer. So that remains squarely in the domain of local government. So that's what we are trying to do. But I will not labor the point, because I think the colleagues will share what we're doing in relation to the DAA. But as I leave the floor, is that I yield, is that there's a bigger conversation that ought to be had. And I'm happy that there is a joint sitting. We're not resolving, it's not an Eskom problem, it's a bigger structural problem. And I'm afraid that, of course, we'll go this route for reasons that are obvious, but let's not misdiagnose the problem. Because you have to answer the question of the performance of the economy. You have to answer the question of how local government is funded. You have to answer the question of the misalignment of skills, the hemorrhaging of skills. You must answer the question on how you reinvest back into this asset. And the state as an active actor in the development of the economy and for municipalities within their jurisdiction, because the state should never be retrenched. The state is the principal protagonist of development. So the state cannot be nudged out of the conversation of how you develop a local economy, and energy and water or the foundational network industries are a key part of that. And any suggestion that begins to undermine the original powers of municipalities, I don't think should be entertained. So we must say within this architecture, how best we work. So if we want to have a bigger conversation about the Constitution and the original powers, we can occasion that. But we are answering a question within the parameters of the 1996 Constitution. So I'll leave it there, Chair, but like I said, I'm sponsoring a motion that in the future we broaden the conversation. Then we'll get to the crux of what the real issue before us is. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. With your indication that you might have to leave, I do want to acknowledge the presence of the Acting Director General of Electricity and Energy, Mr. Kekane, and the DM will be with us as well. So, yeah, I just wanted to put it out there that because we do want to be able to get responses when questions come up, especially also with your overview, because you would now no longer be present, Minister, maybe when we get to that. So now we'll get the Eskom presentation. No, we are going to take, I would have wanted to get the DM when we get to COGTA so that he can also just lay the foundation before the actual presentation. Unless if you, are you going to leave DM? Okay, all right, thank you. So we have 20 minutes for the presentation. Eskom, over to you.
Good morning, Chair, and morning to the ministers, the DMs, as well as the Portfolio Committee. My name is Agnes Mlambo. Am I audible, Chair? My name is Agnes Mlambo from Eskom Distribution. I will try not to cover the points that have already been covered by the Minister around what are we trying to do in terms of the DAA. But yes, it is an issue that while we are experiencing the increase in terms of the Munich debt, there are some benefits that we have and we can demonstrate from the debt relief program. But unfortunately, given the performance of the municipalities that are part of the debt relief program at the rate that we're increasing, there is obviously a concern that all those gains would be reversed. The Minister has also covered that this is not the DAA is not meant to be a permanent issue, but it is meant to cover some of the issues that prevail themselves from the symptoms of the Munich debt, which is the weak collections, the losses that are experienced both in electricity and water, which then puts a strain to the operation of the municipality. I think also just to emphasize that while the DAA is with Eskom, it is in the main solving a service delivery issue, and it is a collaboration with the municipality to be able for us to solve those issues. If I go to the next slide, again, just to show the history, if you can go to the next slide, of where we are. Just on Munich debt, the overdue debt has now increased as at March 2026 to 111 or 112 billion if you round it off. And the growth in the last financial year was less than the growth that we had experienced in the last 4 years. And the main reason why for the last financial year, even though we still had a growth, that we were able to cap that growth was particularly because of how we managed to resolve the issues around the metros. Of course, the Minister has indicated that we now have an issue with COJ that we are in the process of resolving. But if you look at the metros, on average, their monthly bill is anything between 1 billion to 1.5 billion a month, and any non-payment for a month or so, it quickly increases that overdue debt. But when the DAA was designed, it was not designed for the metros. It was designed for the municipalities, and working with NT, we also ring-fenced and made sure that we were targeting the municipalities, maybe using the word targeting. We were focusing on the municipalities that were in the debt relief program. And the debt relief program, in the main objective was the municipality needs to be able to pay their current account, and then obviously the overdue debt, which was ring-fenced at the time, would then be written off over 3 years, and provided that in that 3 years, that municipality is able to pay for that current account. As of now, from the 71 municipalities that are in the debt relief program, only 11 of those municipalities have been able to do that. In fact, we are almost at the end of that debt relief program, which was meant to be for 3 years. The DA was endorsed and supported, working with the various government departments and supported and driven by the DE. And one of the other issues that we've tried to utilize as means of trying to curb the growth, besides the DA, has obviously been the issue of equitable share in terms of the funds, as well as addressing the issue of the FBE. And I will come back to the FBE when we also talk about the load reduction, because that remains the key in resolving the service delivery issues. But obviously with the non-compliance, we continue to experience the challenges. As of now, we do have 3 DAAs that have been signed. 2 of them were an outcome of a court a process, and therefore there are court orders, which is Mfuleni, as well as Maluti. And then we had the 3rd one, which was voluntary, but is currently being challenged, which was for Marafong that we just signed in 2025. We will share the learnings from those 2 DAAs, which is Mfuleni, as well as the DAA that have been I think just over 2 years for Maluti, and Mfuleni probably just a year. With the 11 municipalities that are compliant with the debt relief program, we've managed to write off, unfortunately, only 4 billion through that process. Eskom, the payment levels are sitting at 94%. Again, in terms of the context, the Munichs are not the only ones that have got overdue debt, but in terms of the proportion, we've got 114 billion that is overdue debt, but only 5 billion is from the other customers, less than 3 billion, with the rest of that 114 obviously sitting with the municipalities. On the graph on the right, bottom right, you can see the payment levels of the other customers, which is for the 2026 financial year was just over 100%. And then obviously we were able to recover some of the overdue debt, more than the current account. But then we can see that on the Munichs, the payment levels have been declining over the years, dating back to financial year 2020. And as of now, we are sitting at 87.4. Of course, the slight improvement, as I've indicated, was mainly from the metros, but with those 71 or 61 that are 60 Munichs that are non-compliant in terms of the debt relief program has significantly contributed towards that increase. Again, just going back to what are we trying to solve through the DAA and other interventions that we have implemented to try and deal with the growth. It is the intergovernmental engagements in trying to find a solution. The debt relief has been one of them. The DAA has been one of them. The PAJA process, where we then issue out notices that we are going to disconnect some of the municipalities, is one of them. And then obviously in between that process, we do try to enforce credit management. And in that process, one of the things that we are doing is to try to have payment arrangements. We would reverse interest that would have been accrued up to that point as one of the interventions that we have deployed over the years. And it is not a one-size-fits-all. In some instances, or in most instances, we do have a combination of those solutions. And one of them also being payments being made directly to Eskom by those municipalities. Again, on the next slide, what are we trying to achieve? We want to improve the revenue collection and prevent future debt growth, hence the debt relief and hence the concentration that we need to have the current account being paid. The ring fencing of the electricity business becomes key. It's not only key because we are able to solve the issues around the electricity business, but it is also one of the license conditions, because then in that process, one, you are able to make sure that what is being built by Eskom, you are able to bill it to the customers. You are also able to make sure that your tariffs are fully represent the cost that electricity business is offering in terms of part of the service delivery. You're also able to identify any leakages that may be in that space. And again, if you do not ring fence that business, you are likely to find the cross-subsidization and you are not able to deal with the root cause. The intergovernmental collaboration is obviously then supporting us on this process. But a couple of months ago, we had followed a PAJA process for the 13 municipalities, which was the first batch. There has been a circular, and I think the NT will be able to cover a bit more on that, where the municipalities have been encouraged to follow the Section 78 and be able to make sure that if they want to stay in the debt relief program, and make sure that they do sign up with the DAA. And in that process, we were able to get some council resolutions from Mpumalanga and other municipalities. But again, we still have the 60 that we need to resolve as far as the 71 or the 60 that is non-compliant of the 71 that isn't debt relief program. Chair, without further ado, I just want to zoom in to Maluti as well as to Mfuleni. The minister has indicated, if you can go to the next slide, the minister has indicated that the DAA is not a silver bullet. And in this graphs, you'll be able to see that we are yet to achieve what we are trying to resolve, which is to get the current account being paid. However, there has been improvements. In fact, if you talk to anyone other than Eskom that is working with municipalities that has attempted to be in the space, they will also share that it is not a problem that you can resolve overnight. It definitely takes more than 2 years to be able to see some benefits. But what is important from this graph is not just the payment level, but the gap between what is being billed by Eskom versus what is being collected. You will notice that what was being billed by Eskom before the DAA was a lot higher than what we are now experiencing with the DAA. And this is obviously because one of the things that we are achieving through the DAA is to make sure that there are no leakages, and and that secondly, the customers are being billed properly using the correct metering, as well as using the correct tariffs, including closing the leakages as in terms of the thefts. And that is why you are able to now start seeing that there is a gap between what is being billed compared to the collections. With Maluti was the first municipality. Again, I've indicated that it was signed through the court order, and maybe for the appreciation of the committee, this was an outcome where the Chamber of Harrismith took NERSA to court, saying, or rather, one of the prayers from that court process was that NERSA should have revoked the electricity license of Maluti. And as Eskom, we came in, and our proposal in that court process was that we do not need to go to that extreme measure, but rather through the DAA, we can find means that, one, the municipality can retain their license, but at the same time, through the DAA, we'll be able to resolve those matters. And that's how the DAA became part of the court order, because of that application that was initiated by the chamber from the Harrismith. What we have achieved to date, besides the payment levels, I've indicated the issue of the billing gaps, the FBE, and the fact that we are now able to identify and make sure that the citizens that qualify for the FBE, we are able to extend to it. We have done the first cohort in terms of the training, and this is the training of the Maluti team. We have also done major maintenance on the key substations, and of course we still have to find our way to the low voltage, which is up to the customer's premise. And also in that process, we're able to, working with the municipality, that the municipality was able to secure the 100 million grant that will be used for the smart meters, and that is obviously through the NT, and making sure that in terms of that application, Maluti was able to comply with all the conditions and the requirements for them to be able to secure that grant. And this for us is one of those major improvements and achievements that we believe that we have done with Maluti. And of course, there is still a long road for us to be able to get to a point that one is service delivery is improved, which already from the maintenance that has been done, there are green shoots in terms of improving the service delivery. Going to Mfuleni, this was the second DAA, and of course the improvements from the first DAA and the lessons learned were able to transfer those lessons learned to the next DAA. What is different with Maluti and Mfuleni is obviously the combination of their customers. Mfuleni does have industrial customers, and therefore the improvement on the payment levels is a lot quicker. Just concentrating on the top 50 of their customers, we are able to resolve a bigger chunk of the challenges that they have. And again, common with Maluti is making sure that those customers are being billed properly, they are being metered, and they are also paying the correct rates that they are supposed to pay. And also making sure that we're able to account for those payments. There is still some opportunities for us to be able to resolve, but with Mfuleni, again, given the profile of the municipality, we do believe that we should be able to get to the 100% payment levels on the current account within the next 12 months, but working closely with the local leadership in terms of the municipalities. Chair, again, just to wrap up on the benefits, other than just the payment, it is to strengthen the operation of the municipality, specifically within the electricity space, which we do believe that it does translate to other services within the municipality. And I've touched on the audits, I've touched on the metering and correct billing, I've touched on the maintenance on the infrastructure, I've touched on the training of the skills, but it is a process and a program where before you actually can see the money flows, that all the structural issues are being addressed. And again, getting back to the issue of what are we trying to solve at the end of the day, it is around service delivery. It is strengthening service delivery in the next slide, improve financial discipline. That is not just on the billing and the collection, but also on understanding what makes up the operations and making sure that when the tariffs, when the municipality applies to NERSA for the tariffs, that it is a true reflection of what it takes for that municipality to provide the service. And then the DAA remains temporal with the intent of strengthening the service delivery, strengthening the capacity of the municipality, and then by so doing, we're able as Eskom to secure future payments as far as the supply of the bulk electricity account. Chair, I have also prepared the load reduction. I'll take guidance from you if I need to go straight to the load reduction or if I can pause here. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, you can get into it because we had requested that it forms part of your report. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Moving straight to load reduction, we know that for our people on the ground, load shedding and load reduction for them, it still means that their lights are not on. But this slide, all that it is indicating is the source of the load reduction versus the source of the load shedding, that it is mainly protecting the distribution infrastructure. And the reason why we experience overloading in the distribution infrastructure is mainly because of the theft and the illegal connections, and the theft either being meters being bypassed, or around the issue of ghost vending or ghost tokens. And we know that we've also experienced transformers failing and painfully taking long for us to be able to replace those transformers. In fact, in some instances, within hours of replacing the transformer, that transformer would blow. And again, the issue is, it is not just about replacing the transformer, it is about resolving the root cause that is causing the overload. If you go to the next slide, when we started this program with the minister, through the DE on eradication of the load reduction, we had about 971 feeders, and this is mainly areas as at September 2025, with about just over 1.6 million of our customers that are impacted by the load reduction. And we made a commitment that we are going to phase it out. And at the time, we made a commitment that we were going to be able to phase it out over a period of 18 months. And in this slide, we are showing the distribution of that 971. You would maybe just to draw your attention on more than 60% of those areas that are experiencing load reduction are in Gauteng. And again, for obvious reasons, especially when it comes to illegal connections, you would understand why there would be that concentration in Gauteng. That is then followed by KZN, and then the others with less than 100 areas that are experiencing a load reduction. To date, we've removed about 40% in the next slide of those areas from the 971, which covers about 651 customers in those areas. And in terms of the provinces, Northern Cape and Western Cape, we were able to fully eradicate a load reduction. We do have plans that an additional 5 provinces, we should be able to have dealt with them by October, with an exception of KZN and Gauteng by the next financial year. And then, of course, in between, not everything will wait for October. In between, especially the smaller provinces, we will be able to announce and be able to share which of those provinces, starting in the next 4 weeks, which is end of June, that we will declare as fully eradicated in terms of the load reduction. If you go to the next slide, and then I've indicated that about 40% on the areas which represents the 42%. This gives you then the distribution of those customers per province compared to what we have achieved. As much as Gauteng remains an area that has got a high number of customers, this is also an area that was able to do a lot more from that 651, with a third of that has been in Gauteng. KZN in particular is a challenge, not because of the number, but because of the resistance that we've experienced on the ground. In fact, would have done a lot more by this time had we not experienced the challenges that we've experienced in the last financial year. But we do continue to drive hard and working with and assisted by the DE, working with the municipalities on the ground to assist us to deal with the resistance. And also where issues has been access to electricity, and through the program of electrification, we were able to normalize those areas. But of course, we can only do that if the people that are in those areas are legally there and also supported by the municipality for us to be able to normalize them. Chair, if I can leave it here on the load reduction, we are confident that we would have dealt with at least 7 of our provinces by October, with the exception of KZN and Gauteng. In fact, even with KZN, if we're able to deal with the challenges that we're experiencing on the ground, we could actually even be able to do it slightly earlier than March, but Gauteng, by the sheer number of those areas, particularly because of the illegal connections, I almost said elections, connections, it's because of the illegal areas that they are staying in. The other day, Chair, going off script here, working with PRASA in terms restoring their infrastructure. One of the challenges that we have is that people have occupied those railroads and they need to be relocated. But those are the interventions and working with all the stakeholders on the ground to resolve those areas. And in some areas, they do need to be relocated, and therefore we will not be able to normalize them where they are. Chair, if I can leave it here, thank you.
Thank you. I hope members are taking notes, because we will take the discussions after all the presentations so that we can be sure that we have received all the presentations, noting the fact that we have a sitting at 2 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, today. So we have to try and see how we get the most of all the presentations and the discussions before we have to leave and go and join at the Dome. Okay, so now we are going to move on to take the presentation by COGTA. We are going to request the Deputy Minister of COGTA, Dr. Masimula, to just make the remarks before we get the presentation. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Kanyasi. And a very good morning to Dr. Mkhize and members of the portfolio committees. My colleague and brother, Professor Ramkhopa, and his deputy minister, the leadership of SALGA present in the meeting as well, and the delegation, and the senior officials from the participating departments in this meeting. Words of greetings to all of you as well. And also recognize Prince Nchabeleng Tauyatswako, and also His Highness Honorable Taiposh, and all of you present in this meeting. To us, chairpersons, I think it's an important meeting to be here in this joint discussion, to come and discuss this crucial matter that always creates difficulties within our areas of work. Mindful of the fact that we are dealing with an intergovernmental debt, which obviously requires very effective IGR mechanisms and systems to attend to this Eskom municipal debt, with related examples of what we have seen elsewhere, where things went well, but where things couldn't go as expected. We do have experiences which I think we should find a way not to see a recurrence of something like that. And quite understandably, our experiences about what happened in Mfuleni, where state institutions end up in court freezing accounts of one of the state entities as a form of a municipality. I think it was a bit of an experience which will forever be very prominent in our tracing of these processes. So obviously this meeting will help us going forward to find ways on how do we handle that matter. And to the extent that we may have to, if there are difficulties, I think through these are great processes. find a way to converse amongst ourselves so that we don't create panic in the public. In fact, when we received a notice at some point that 14 municipalities are going to be disconnected from the national grid, it did not only create a management panic or a leadership difficulties, but it created a much bigger political problem in communities, in society in general, and probably posturing us as a sector, as a system, has been in trouble. And I think the negative impact that it would have had will take some time to correct it from the possible beneficiaries as our communities from those affected municipalities. So this discussion today for us, I think it's important to find a way to deal with it. And I fully agree with Honorable Minister, Professor Ramkhupa, that our system is codified in law, and therefore, understandably, the constitutional injunction on what could be done and what should not be done, we should try as much as we could through applicable systems of engagement, not to be seen presupposing a review or a rewriting of the Constitution with regard to powers and functions. So the applicable IGR mechanisms, mindful that we're dealing with an IGR debt, I think becomes extremely important. And this discussion, Honorable Chairpersons, I think it will be very helpful because we will locate these engagements as well within the current policy review process which is underway with regard to matters of a local government funding model. In fact, mindful of the structural and systemic issues, the review on the funding model, which are at an advanced stage at this point in time, even before National Treasury could actually finalize the synthesis report based on various engagements, we may have to plug on this discussion so that we anticipate on how best we could use these continuous engagements as part of the lessons, but also inputs into that policy process from adjustment point of view in terms of policy, but the overall funding mechanisms that will lift provision of services and infrastructure, maintenance, and as well as new networks being created throughout the country. I think that part is extremely important. And finally, as we navigate this complex matter, looking at municipal consumers' debts and to the extent they are escalating into billions of rands, where we could, more especially with regard to government, hence I'm saying it's an intergovernmental debt. And therefore, government should find it very easy to manage its own affairs, apart from matters that deals with business and as well as overall consumers from our own communities. So overall processes on how do we together manage this debt relief mechanism, I think it is extremely important. And therefore, we do have a presentation that we are going to make here through the DG's team, to give perspectives on how do we think we could together as a sector that deals with matters of support and intervention in municipalities, we could find a better confluence of perspectives and views and proposals without necessarily undermining the current codified system of local government in terms of the supreme law of the Republic. So I just wanted to make that a prelude to the presentation which my colleagues from the department are going to be making to this meeting. And with these few words, we're just saying once more, good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. And now I'm also corrected. I'm outdated with referring to The minister is doctor, or else is now a professor. Thank you so much. I don't think anyone would have been able to give me that information. I would have been left with the old title forever. Thank you so much. So we are going to now move on to get the presentation from COGTA. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chairs, and greetings to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, Honorable members of the portfolio committees, both portfolio committees. I am accompanied by my colleagues. My name is Mbulelo Changana, the DG of the department. Mr. Stelo Tulu will be leading us. He heads the results management unit of the department. He will be supported by Mr. Mabunda, who is our energy specialist in the RMO. We also have Dr. Naidu, Kevin Naidu, who heads the policy unit of the department. Advocate Marna Dunkley is in the governance unit of the department. We have the CEO of MISA as well in the team. Without wasting your time, Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Kolu to lead us. Stelo.
Thank you very much, DG, and again, good morning to the co-chairs and the honorable members. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocol just to save time, honorable chairs. Let me first start by thanking you for the opportunity to present the department analysis on the distribution agency agreement. Really, the purpose of the briefing is to provide an objective assessment of the DAA model, its potential benefits, some of the risks and the legal implications, and probably possible alternatives that are available to municipalities experiencing some of the electricity distribution challenges, as it has been mentioned. So the department's approach is really not to so ideological, is also not prescriptive. Rather, we seek to ensure that the intervention adopted by the municipalities is legally sound, financially sustainable, and as well as operational effective and aligned with the constitutional framework governing the local government sphere. Without the waste of time, I think this is basically the context, Honorable Chair. I will be covering the background and the context. I will also cover the rationale behind the DAA model itself, some of the challenges faced by the municipalities, especially the electricity distribution sector, and as well as the adoption of the DAA, I think considering some of the benefit as well as the limitations that we've experienced. Maybe just starting with some of the context, as I mentioned, we all know that I think municipalities are the coal face of the service delivery within the local government sphere, where they are expected to deliver the basic services, obviously enabling some of the economic development at a local level and obviously creating jobs. And the electricity remains, I think, one of the most important municipal services because it directly affects the households, also the business, the investment attraction at that particular level, and obviously the overall economic productivity as well, which obviously many municipalities are struggling to provide the reliable service electricity services, I think, due to the combination of the financial distress, the infrastructure deterioration, some of the governance weaknesses, and as well as the institutional capacity constraints. At the same time, the demand for electricity continues to grow, as we all know. And these realities obviously require that, as government, we need to start exploring some of the practical interventions that can improve, I think, service delivery within the constitutional, legislative, and regulatory requirements, which is obviously within the context of the DAA, which has emerged as one of the possible interventions. In terms of the rationale and the objectives from a DAA point of view, I think the DAA is an essential service, as has been mentioned, in terms of the delivery arrangement through which really the municipalities appoints Eskom to perform some of the specific electricity distribution function on its behalf. Importantly, I think the municipalities retains its constitutional authority as a service authority. Under this arrangement, I think Eskom may then undertake some of the functions such as revenue collection and as well as a credit control, some of the metering, and as well as customer management, the technical operations, as it's been mentioned by my Eskom my colleague from Eskom, and as well as some of the infrastructure planning and as well as refurbishment. However, the primary objectives, I think, Honourable Chair, is to stabilize the municipalities experiencing those severe and financial challenges in the electricity distribution. So the rationale, therefore, to improve performance, reduce losses, strengthen the revenue collection, and also restore the operational reliability, as it were. Now, I will try and just deal with some of the challenges based on the assessment that we've done as a department. So the department assessments consistently show that municipalities, obviously, challenges extend beyond just the electricity alone. There are obviously 5 broad categories that we've picked up. I think, firstly, in some of the cases are structural weaknesses, which included some of the fragmented system and weak institutional arrangement within the municipalities. And secondly, some of the financial challenges, which are characterized by poor revenue collection, some inaccurate billing, and also the high level of non-payment. And then thirdly, the issues of operational shortcomings, such as the aging infrastructure, the inadequate maintenance, and also the high technical losses, and as well as non-technical losses, which obviously hinder the issue of collection and them meeting their short-term obligations. And then fourthly, there are a lot of regulatory compliance failures involving some of the governance, reporting, and as well as financial management obligations. And finally, the governance failures and some of the weak oversight often undermine some of the corrective actions and accountability. So these factors, Honourable Chair, obviously contribute to the declining services, or service delivery rather, outcomes, and also increase some of the municipal, I think, distress. Now, continuing with some of the challenges, I think looking at some of the specific electricity distribution from an asset life cycle perspective, there are several recurring deficiencies that we've identified that are obviously evident in the work that we've done. Municipalities often really lack comprehensive energy master plans, which are critical in terms of the infrastructure development, but also the infrastructure asset management plans, and as well as some of the reliable, I think, asset registers, the performance in terms of the monitoring of their systems, and as well as, I think, the maintenance management systems, which obviously result in a lot of failures, I think, within government. Again, maybe briefly, in terms of some of the, the work that talks to the updated network documentation that we've received. So we have a lot of illegal connections, and I think the opening remarks by the Honourable Minister of Energy highlighted some of these things, and some of these obviously result in some of the load reduction, and as well as the electricity theft that continues to obviously erode the revenues, the skill shortages that remain severe within municipalities, particularly, I think, in the rural areas, and as well as secondary cities, as it were. So the increasing debt owed to Eskom further then compounds these challenges, Honourable Chairs. So what is important to note is that these challenges are systemic in nature and interconnected. So therefore, addressing only one aspect will not produce, I think, some of the sustainable improvement. It has to be a mix in terms of the, the efforts that we need to put in. Honourable Chairs, I think the department has undertaken a baseline assessment in most of the municipalities. And this baseline assessment indicates that many municipalities, I think, experienced weaknesses throughout the entire asset life cycle. So problems begins at the planning stage, and also continues through the acquisition and as well as the operation. But ultimately, it affects the maintenance and as well as replacement and as well as disposal of some of these assets. So it's the entire value chain that we need to be able to look at. So the result is therefore a result in a deteriorating infrastructure, unreliable supply, and as well as a growing financial pressure. This observation is important because it therefore highlights that sustainable solutions must then address the root cause rather than the symptoms at the end of the day. So I'll now probably turn into I think some of the numbers so that we create a balanced view in terms of what's happening, I think, within the municipality. So therefore, the financial context is very critical in this particular case. So if you look at the municipal debt as an example, owed to Eskom, it has exceeded about 110 billion. However, at the same time, Honourable Chairs and members, municipalities are also owed approximately about 467 billion by its customers. This is a significant portion of the debt, which is obviously more than 90 days overdue. So we are actually trapped in this cycle where there's no collection from the consumers, and as a result, obviously, we cannot be able to then pay Eskom. So this, therefore, reflects that there's a systemic breakdown in revenue collection and as well as the payment compliance. There's a culture of non-payment. The data also demonstrates that the interventions such as smart metering can improve some of the revenue collection, and as well as the payment compliance significantly can obviously improve the revenue collection. So some of the key lessons that the municipalities or the municipal financial distress is driven not only by the debt owed to Eskom, but also by the weaknesses in the municipal revenue management system. So I think that's obviously, I think, important. However, there's been some of the successes, I think, based on the work that has been, I think, undertaken. I will just probably emphasize the point, Chairperson, in terms of the DA model and in areas where it's been obviously, I think, implemented. So the DA model is still relatively, I think, limited in its application. Only a small number of municipalities, I think, as reported by my Eskom colleague as well, that have entered into this arrangement, I think, with Eskom. And obviously, I mean, there are some that are actively exploring the similar, I think, interventions as we've had. But the experience of these municipalities provide a useful lessons, but should not yet be, I think, interpreted as an evidence that the model is universally applicable. The department, therefore, encourages a case-by-case assessment so that at the end of the day, we apply the right solution based on the case-by-case assessment that will have been identified on the ground. So currently, examples obviously include Maluta Pofong, as has been mentioned, Mfuleni, and as well as Merafong City. However, it is important to clarify that not all these arrangements are identified. Some involved, I think, the hybrid interventions, while others incorporate smart metering programs, and as well as just broader support initiatives in terms of, our constitutional imperatives. So the department therefore cautions against treating all examples as a standardized DAA models. Each arrangement, as we believe, should be then assessed on its specific and legal and as well as operational characteristics so that the right solution can then be applied. I think, Honorable Chairpersons, there were specific questions that were asked by the committee. So we attempted to be able to address them briefly so that at least we provide some of the response. So the feedback, I think the first question is obviously whether the municipalities regard the DAA as a model that is workable. So the feedback from the municipalities and obviously our work is that it indicates that the DAA can be an effective stabilization mechanism. It benefits, I think, often include improved billing, as has been mentioned, better revenue management, also the enhanced, I think, technical support, improve operational performance. However, success depends heavily on the municipal circumstances. Municipalities generally support the interventions that improve service delivery, but also remain concerns about the stability, the governance arrangements, and as well as the long-term institutional development. So the department's assessment then is that the DAA should be viewed as a transitional intervention rather than a permanent substitute, I think, for municipal capacity, as it were. And the second question that was asked is whether the agreements supports or undermine the municipal autonomy. So a recurring concern is whether DAA undermines the municipal autonomy. So the department's view is that a properly structured DAA does not necessarily transfer constitutional authority away from the municipalities. However, it obviously safeguards what is essential, and municipal councils must retain their decision-making authority, and the government arrangements as well must be clear. So the skills transfer and institutional strengthening must also form part of the arrangement. So the objective then should be to support the municipalities, not to replace them as part of the DAA. And the third question, Madam Chair, is that whether the municipalities have concerns about the structure, implementation, or the consequences of the DAA. So municipalities have raised concerns relating to the ambiguity regarding the roles and as well as responsibilities in terms of the revenue implications. So, and other issues are, of course, around the labor and the staffing impact in terms of the Section 197. Obviously, there exists some of the, the arrangement, political accountability. So these concerns are legitimate and require careful attention honorable members, during the contract design and as well as the implementation. So strong government framework and clear contractual provisions are therefore critical as we embark on this particular journey. Now, we will move to just an overall assessment, I think, from the department's point of view. So we're saying the department's overall assessment is that the DAA should then be regarded as a practical intervention tool rather than a universal solution. It may be appropriate, I think, where municipalities face sort of like severe financial and operational distress. However, I think effectiveness depends on the specific municipal context, the design, the agreement that has been put in place, some of the governance arrangements, and as well as the compliance in terms of the legislation, and as well as the commitment to the institutional strengthening. So DAA, therefore, is neither inherent good nor inherently problematic. It's a value, or rather its value depends on the implementation and as well as the best fit based on the issues that have been obviously identified on the assessment. Some of the merits really around the DAA. So we're saying the principal advantage of the DAA may include, I think, the immediate operational stabilization, as we've heard from our colleagues as well, but also access to Eskom technical, I think, expertise, which is critical if you look at the dire nature of the municipalities, I think, skill strategies, but also improvement in terms of maintenance and fault response so that we can comply in terms of the regulator, in terms of the NRI 047 in this particular respect. And some of the better revenue collection, which is a big plus if you look at the debt and where it's sitting, but also the reduced electricity losses, some of the improved metering accuracies, enhanced data integrity, and as well as, I think, the evidence from the earlier implementation, which obviously suggests the improvement in collection rates, some of the operational performance, and as well as the financial, I think, reporting for the distressed municipalities. So these benefits can be very significant, and therefore, I think these are some of the merits. However, these merits, they don't go unnoticed. There are some of the key risks that we thought it's important that we bring forward, I think, to the committee. I think, firstly, the potential erosion of the municipal authority if delegation becomes excessive. Secondly, some of the institutional, I think, dependence if municipalities fail to build some of the internal capacity during this process. And thirdly, I think the governance risks arising from the poor design, I think, agreement. So we need to be able to scrutinize that and have a balanced, I think, agreement in place. I think fourthly, I think possible non-compliance with the Section 78 of the Municipal Systems Act, which is obviously, I think, important. So these risks obviously reinforces the importance honorable members, in terms of governance, the legal compliance, and also clearly defined, I think, performance obligations as we implement the DAA. I'll now cycle back in terms of, I think, the constitutional mandate, as it were, if you consider, I think, the Section 156 of the Constitution, obviously Section 1561 in terms of the executive authority of the municipalities. So the Constitution really grants municipalities that executive authority over the local government matters, including the electricity regulation, obviously as defined, I think, within the Electricity Regulation Act, the era. So municipalities also possesses, I think, the law-making powers through their bylaws. So any DA arrangements then must therefore be measured against these constitutional framework. So the critical question is whether the municipalities retain the effective authority and accountability while receiving the support, I think, from Eskom. So therefore, the department's position, honorable members, is that the constitutional autonomy must then remain intact as we proceed with the implementation of the DAA. I think from the legal perspective now, in terms of the Section 78, I think, which has been talked about more often, we're saying that the Section 78 of the Municipal Systems Act establishes a clear decision, I think, making process where whenever, I think, the municipalities consider the external service delivery mechanism. So this process, therefore, requires the internal assessment, as it were, in terms of Section 78(1). And if you look at Step 2, it also requires that there should be a council decision that needs to be taken in terms of the Section 78(2), and as well as the consideration of alternative, I think, public and consultation, as well as the final council determination at the end of the day. So therefore, Eskom may I think legally serves as a external mechanism because it is an organ of state. However, Eskom cannot be treated as a predetermined outcome as we go through this particular process. Where it has to be observed. So the process then must remain transparent, it must remain legally fair and as well as defensible in that context. Honorable Chairperson and members, I'll now turn into some of the viabilities. In terms of the departments, I think conclusion is obviously straightforward. The DAA should not be imposed as a standard national solution. It is an application that must be driven by the municipal circumstances, and evidence-based assessment obviously needs to be done. So there must be different municipalities that face different challenges, and therefore it requires that differentiated intervention so that it talks to the challenges on the ground. Some of the alternatives that we've explored, and we thought that it should be shared, I think, Honorable Chairperson and the members. So we need a balanced policy approach that requires the consideration of certain alternatives alongside the DAA. So these may actually include the turnaround or internal turnaround strategies within the municipalities. It might include the smart metering programs as well, which is obviously ring-fenced municipality utilities, and as well as the regional utility models. So these alternatives are not mutually exclusive. In many, I think, cases, hybrid approaches may produce, I think, the best outcome. And that's basically what we're trying to advocate. That is not a one-size, I think, fits all. Some of the solution that we've looked at, probably three major reform or pathways that I will highlight, is that firstly, the internal, I think, institutional reform is important, and also secondly, the broader electricity distribution industry reform, which has been obviously long coming, and it needs to be concluded, and it might actually resolve some of these issues, and also the distribution industry reform around the trading services reform, where we should be able to take advantage of the distributed generation, and as well as the trading services model, those that have been adopted at Egwin as well, and as well as in some cases in actually Johannesburg. Let me then turn into, I think, some of the continuation of some of the solutions around the revenue enhancement initiatives. I think it is a proven fact that if you consider the prepaid in the right way, and as well as the smart metering, the data cleansing, obviously those can improve the credit control, and also maybe get into the public-private partnerships as well for the selective outsourcing of some of the specialized, I think, functions. So these interventions can obviously produce those meaningful improvement without altering the institutional arrangements. However, they may not be sufficient where municipalities face really systemic collapse, and that becomes important. As I conclude, Madam Chair and the members, we thought that we should be able to sketch, I think, some of the possible pathways, as it were, that can then be considered, which we think some have been proven in terms of the application. If we look at the departmental processes, there are three, I think, broad initiatives in terms of the pathway. I think the first one, in terms of the pathway number one, that focuses on a very structured, I think, smart metering and a revenue recovery, where we know that there is an RT29, I think, process that has been applied, and we can actually show you in terms of the, I think, the results where there's been an uplift in terms of the revenue by 26%, but also 96% compliance in terms of the payment levels that come through. So this structured approach obviously is a collaboration between National Treasury and as well as SANEDI with a proper back office, I think, arrangement, and the PMO, and we've seen that there are results, I think, coming from that particular pathway. The pathway B, whether you apply the DAA or not, if those municipalities have a structural problem, either from the tariff point of view or even the customer mix, they are charged, say, by Eskom through the Megaflex tariff, time of use, they will never be able to recover the money. It doesn't matter what you do. So therefore, there are some of the instruments that you need to look at in terms of pathway number B, where we allow municipalities to be able to harness some of the power from the distributed energy generation at a certain time of the day, so that they can be peak shaving and therefore save in terms of the bulk purchases. Therefore, that will actually assist them to honor some of the short-term, I think, commitments. And then the last pathway, of course, is where there are obviously governance failures, the delinquents in that sense. That's when then the Section 78 process comes in, which also incorporates, I think, the issues that talks to, I think, the DAA and so forth, and other interventions as prescribed in terms of the Constitution, other being Section 154, 139, and so forth as a combination. So I think that's basically how we obviously look at it. So therefore, the department's legal and policy position can be summarized in basically there's 5 points that I've highlighted. I think firstly, the DAA constitutes a service delivery mechanism and must obviously comply with the Municipal Systems Act. Secondly, Section 78 compliance is essential. I think thirdly, procedural fairness and transparent options assessment are obviously non-negotiable in this particular case. And then obviously, fourthly, the accountability arrangement must remain constitutionally sound. Finally, the intervention should minimize the fiscal and institutional risk. And then the department therefore supports the intervention, but only where it is legally compliant, procedurally defensible, and as well as aligned to the Constitution, as I've highlighted earlier on, constitutional architecture of local government. In conclusion, then, Chairperson and honorable members, the department concludes that DAA may be useful in certain distressed municipalities. They should not be viewed as a universal solution. Infrastructure deterioration, governance failures, revenue losses, and Eskom debt requires urgent intervention. So alternatives and complementary solutions remain available. A differentiated evidence-based approach is required, and then ultimately the department will obviously then support the interventions that improve service delivery while preserving the constitutional principles, strengthening the municipal institution, and as well as assuring the long-term sustainability of the municipality. I would like to pause there, Honorable Chair, and thank obviously the colleagues that have been contributing to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. It's 11 o'clock, so we may release Professor Ramakgopa now. We've said we will allow the acting DG and the DM to respond. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to move on to take the presentation from SALGA. We do acknowledge the presence of NEC member, Councillor Dechale, who is going to lay the foundation before the actual presentation. Over to you, Councillor Dechale.
Thank you very much, co-chairs of today. As indicated, I'm Leseja Mokonoga Dechale, and I will want to take this opportunity to thank the committee that we are invited in this important meeting. Greet the minister, the deputy ministers who are here. We also want to take this opportunity to greet the committee members, joint committee members, of course. Marosh, Amakos. Thank you very much, Sitibunda Bezita. We also want to greet different stakeholders who are here and indeed say good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable members of parliament. As SALGA, we are looking at this matter as an important interlinked issue, Chair. It firstly speaks to the pressure that has been created by our current tariff decision. And secondly, we'll deal with the issue relating to the DNA that Eskom has proposed. We feel as SALGA that we are facing as local government an unsustainable pressure, Chair, around the issue of tariff increases, which we believe these tariff increases are creating a challenge around municipal finance and operation distress. So as SALGA, we are calling that we must look at this mismatch, particularly when it comes to how the tariffs are done. Secondly, and how those tariffs are implemented. For example, we know that Eskom will raise its tariff for its customers, like Renawako Marainche. They will have 8.7%, and they will increase that in April. Then municipalities will have to have 9.1, which will increase in July, meaning the 3 months between now and July, municipality must carry the costs. that tells you that that kind of tariff adjustment is creating financial difficulties and deepening the strain in terms of municipalities. So we believe that the tariffs at all times must be able to be balanced and cost reflective, because that way it will create sustainability. And we also believe that it is important that where legitimate tariffs are being dealt with, that kind of situation shouldn't create a burden to households and businesses, because we believe this continued approach will create a situation whereby these customers are unable to pay, not because they don't want to pay, because of the current economic climate, as indicated by the minister earlier on. So as SALGA, currently we are calling that there must be engagement between NERSA, Eskom, national government, and ourselves as SALGA, so that we review the tariffs and have an approach that says, let's align firstly the dates that are needed to deal with the issues of tariff increases. Secondly, provide support, particularly for municipalities which have acute distribution distress. The goal, Chair, we believe, should not be higher tariffs, but a fairer, more coherent framework that protects service delivery and financial sustainability. I think when it comes to issues of the tariffs, that is a point that we want to raise with the committee, particularly in how should be approached looking into the current challenges and economic situation that we're facing in our municipalities. When it comes to DAA, as SALGA, we recognize seriously so the municipal debt that is being owed to Eskom, and the operational weaknesses that we're having generally at the level of our municipality due to, and then for that reason, we are calling that all the stakeholders must help us to ensure that we intervene in these struggling distribution networks that we are having. But we must also state, Chair, electricity regulation is an important function of local government as indicated by the Constitution. We must start there. Any alternative delivery, okay. I think the slide is not moving. No, it's not the slides. Okay, no. We are not presenting yet. These are my political notes. Yes, the slides will come. Yeah, these are my political notes, so that I wanted to set up for the presentation. Sure. As we are stating, it is important that all the alternative service delivery models are dealt with through the Municipal Systems Act, so that we are able to include, number one, council, we are including community consultation, we are also including assessment that aligns the challenge a municipality is facing to the intervention relating to the DAA. So we also want to clearly indicate, Chair, as SALGA, that any intervention, including the DNA, must be a lawful intervention. It must create financial, it must also look into financial realities and develop sound intervention. That means those interventions must not be general or must not be one-sided, or it must not look at Eskom's challenge only, but must look at the myriad of challenges that local government is facing at the present moment. In conclusion, we must be able to indicate that as SALGA, we will be able to create, as indicated by the National Treasury, which we welcome. They have created an intergovernment platform where we're going to be engaging to ensure that DNA is lawful, by ensuring that each and every process, particularly the Section 78 of Municipal Systems Act, are followed, to ensure that at the end of the day, municipalities are not unfairly disadvantaged, and municipalities are not in a way, put in a position whereby they will lose their ability to use electricity as an important revenue-raising mechanism, because we believe it should continue, because if you look into the general budget of municipalities, electricity revenue has always been the key and the core of our revenue. So it is very important that as we deal with this matter, we understand that historical background in relation to how we should manage the matters relating to electricity. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to give to Ntate Ngidi to give a presentation with the necessary slides. Over to you, Ntate Ngidi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Chair. And I would like to also sit on the already established protocols, just to save time. I'm Ntate Ngidi, I'm from SALGA, head of energy and electricity in SALGA. Chair and honorable members, maybe I want to give a bit of a background, 1 minute or 2 minutes before I move the slides. So it's a background that is not in the slide yet. So the issue of Eskom debt, we started discussing it, I think as back as 2015. I think then the debt was around 2 billion rand. And I think our interventions then were more or less getting payment arrangements signed with Eskom, but municipalities obviously would not be able to be consistent with those payment agreements. I think at that time, those were the issues. But subsequent to that, a lot of challenges that were raised by SALGA, especially around, some of the things that, some of the systemic and structural issues that we raised around the Eskom bill and what is charged, the notified maximum demand, and that emanated into an interministerial task team, which was formed on electricity distribution. And this task team was tasked to develop a very sustainable solution for the electricity distribution. And at that time, it was 2018. Debt was now sitting at 9 billion. The IMTT on electricity distribution, I think the minister at that time was Umhlonishwa Okabazel. At that time, it hired an advisory panel, a panel of experts who went and did a very deep dive assessment on electricity distribution and the issue of Eskom debt. And it's developed a report which we called an advisory panel report. Very good solutions, a 400-page report, which was supposed to be our frame of engagement to the solutions. And unfortunately, that never took place. We did try to implement some of the solutions, but I think still that advisory report is very relevant. And it was done in 2018. Moving from that, SALGA hosted a summit, energy summit. Maybe going back to the advisory panel report, the key of the outcome there was the electricity distribution as we know it is no longer sustainable, and that includes Eskom. And we need to reform it. We need a sustainable, holistic reform. That's what the advisory committee report said. Then moving to our summit in 2018, which most of, if not all the stakeholders were there, the declaration of that summit also said electricity distribution as we know it is no longer sustainable. We need to reform it. And I will tell you why later on I am raising these things, Chair. So we've been moving from that 2018 summit without really any policy decisions around reform. We moved from load shedding and COVID, which created a calamity also in municipalities. Did an assessment on municipalities around what's the impact on load shedding. It was about over 30 billion because a lot of assets were bursting out when the power is coming back from load shedding. But that was not even funded also to address those issues. And some of the key challenges that we have now as a result of those things, also the COVID, which was also not funded in terms of the losses that municipalities were suffering. The load shedding, we quantified over 30 billion in the research that we did, which also the municipalities are still recovering from. So going back to that, I'm coming to the presentation now, Chair, and it's going to be quick because it's only 10 slides. So moving to 2024, 2025, when load shedding was really tough. There was an NECOM, a National Energy Crisis Committee, that was formed, and I think only then we realized that we need to develop something for the distribution sector. And that process also emanated into electricity distribution industry reform roadmap, which I think at this point is being put at the back seat, and I think the DAA is taking a bit of spotlight. But that reform also is giving a holistic solution on solving the distribution issues, and we have put it aside. I'm not sure why. But I know that the minister on his budget speech did say that there was going to be a focus on the electricity distribution industry roadmap that has been developed by the NECOM. So now coming back to the presentation, the slides, we have been part of the Municipal Debt Relief Program. It was announced and launched in 2023, and the circular was issued. There was 14 conditions. So we did support the debt relief program, Chair and members, because we recognize the need for intervention. But we raised a few, reservations around some of the conditions. And in the next slide, I think it's just talking to some of those conditions that we were concerned about. Some of it we were concerned that they were a little bit unrealistic in terms of the timeline and the support that came with the compliant with the conditions. We were worried about unaffordable tariffs because the condition was saying municipalities must charge cost-reflective tariffs. But in the municipalities that we've supported on cost of supply studies, it yields that the municipalities are supposed to charge double or triple what they are charging if they were to charge cost-reflective tariffs. And that is part of the conditions as well. And that was supposed to be done within 12 months. So municipalities wouldn't really be able to engage with the customer or the public and say we're going to double or triple the price within the next 12 months. So that's another condition on its own that is a little bit of a challenge. Revenue pressures, obviously I've talked to COVID and load shedding, which obviously there was no assistance from that. All the calamities that happened as a result of load shedding and COVID, really the municipalities had to actually dust themselves from that, literally. We did also raise some issues around unrealistic timeframes, around the institutional reforms that were coming as part of the conditions. Because I know some of the institutional changes could take 3 to 5 years, but I think municipalities had a couple of months to put together a submission so that they qualify with the debt relief program of National Treasury. And Chair, I want to make this, personally, if I was an MM or if I was a mayor, if there's a program like this that says in the next 3 years I'm owing 10 billion, it might be scrapped if I comply to conditions. I will go through scorched earth to comply. I would go to hell and back to comply. And what we have now as a situation is more than half of municipalities who qualified. In fact, 2/3 who qualified for this program have dropped. That should tell you something. Mm-hmm. Because, as I said, the example I made, I would go through hell and back if I was told 10 billion could be scrapped in the next 3 years. Okay, so moving to the next slide. So already I think I've alluded to some of these things. 71 municipalities, National Treasury could correct the number. They qualified, but still there were early signs of difficulties, and mostly it was to comply with the current account of Eskom. So immediately when you're getting into the program, the first month, having not treated any of the challenges you have, the first month in, you have to comply with the current account of Eskom for the next 12 months. And then your debt is scrapped after 12 months. Not having done anything, just submitted a package that I'm getting in here, I promise that I'm going to pay Eskom the current account next month without addressing any challenges. So this is what happens. Some municipalities made it. I think a few did make it, got the 1/3 scrapped. But I think on the second year, there was a bit of a bloodbath. I think National Treasury would also allude to that. Yeah, they did get benefits, but sustaining was very tough. I think as SALGA, we did raise that, lack of support is a key constraint, because when we do something like this, it should come parallel with strong support behind it, because we don't want to just leave this to municipalities. We did say as SALGA that we saw a trajectory of improvement after municipalities went into the program. Some really started showing positive trajectory. But obviously, because there are 14 conditions, if you drop one, you're out. So we did also raise another issue around the condition of revocation of license, which we went against quite hard, but I think the IGR partners did also concede to that, and we started discussing other means of support rather than revocation of license. So I think this slide has been presented mostly what's emerging on the DAA. We've got 2 DAAs, Maluti and Mfuleni. Well, the court order took precedence. We don't see them as compliance to the Systems Act. And then obviously, municipalities now have fewer choices. In fact, not 2 fewer choices, 2. It's the DAA or the departure process. And we all know the departure process is very invasive. It talks to attaching of assets, attaching of accounts. We've seen, I think, a year or 2 ago, some computers and desks being taken from a municipality, and that's a departure process. And I think as IGR, we've gone against that. I think everyone has agreed that the departure process is quite invasive. So then, subsequent to that, we agreed that the DAA should comply with the legislation governing the municipalities, as much as we did have reservations in the beginning around the DAA. So our position is that there's no DAA that can be signed without the municipalities undergoing this Section 76 to 80 process, with the Section 78 assessment being the focus. So I think Eskom earlier today talked about one DAA that is being challenged, and it is a result of exactly that. It didn't take this process. And I think, I don't want to say the names because that would be sub judice, but whoever is challenging that DAA is saying exactly what SALGA is saying around the position and the legality of it. So the reference to our position, Chair, as much as we've come in closer to discussing the DAA and how it should pan out, but we have publicly expressed deep concerns. We have also warned, I think COGTA did say this, but in a very nicely filtered way. I think this, what I'm going to say is a bit raw. We've warned that, the DAA risk being perceived as a backdoor takeover to the municipal functions on electricity. Because we are seeing a lot of municipalities getting into the debt trap more and more, even the ones that are not in the debt relief program. Take example, city of Joburg, biggest city in South Africa. So what does that tell you? It's not necessarily an issue of debt and municipalities not wanting to pay Eskom. It's a bigger issue, and the minister alluded to it as well. Lots of systemic and structural issues, but we have documents that have been paid for and very expensive that are giving us answers. But somehow we've put them in the backseat, and it's understandable. There are pressures. Eskom is under pressure. The ministry also is under pressure. It has to have a solution. But also, I think we are approaching this in a bit of a knee-jerk kind of approach. We need to really approach it as holistically, and be very, very frank. What works and what doesn't work? What work in these institutions? If we have these institutions that doesn't have economies of scale at all, because it was a mine town in Northern Cape, and now there's no mines, what are you going to do with that municipality? Because it doesn't have revenue anymore. We must talk about that, the holistic solutions, not the nature kind of approach. So also some municipalities, when we have convened municipalities last week, they did say that in their own words, the DAA is actually making Eskom, and I'm saying this in verbatim municipalities, the DAA is actually making Eskom a debt collector that we will never ever be able to pay in full. That's what they are saying. And at SALGA also we said the support to municipalities must not come through unilateral impositions. It must be transparent, it must be holistic. It should not be trying to solve one problem and creating other problems on the other side. So obviously, also COGTA did raise this. We must not perceive the DAA as the only solution. We're not convinced yet, because we think we've done quite great work with IMTT, with NICOM. We've got good reports. But now we are not implementing those. Going towards to the conclusion, Chair, I think I've got one slide left. So this is very important. It's not being negative about the DAA, but it's questions that needs to be answered. So, because they are asked by municipalities. So one, we get into a DAA with Eskom. SALGA tell us, if after 3 to 5 years Eskom has not changed the situation under the DAA, who carries accountability of the failure going forward? Is Eskom going to step back and say, I'm out, this thing is not working, please still pay my money? Is that what's going to happen? So what's going to happen beyond that? Also, what if debt continues to escalate while Eskom is in the DAA? Does the DAA clauses really cover that? Because that is a possibility also. So we should be looking at the funding model, because when Eskom enters into a DAA, it takes over the revenue of collection of municipalities for electricity, and whatever it collects, it's actually, it doesn't distribute if it's not enough for its current account. So which means that department is non-existent anymore, and other operations of the municipalities have to go fend for themselves. So that's a situation, Chair. And then obviously, I did allude to the fact of the exit strategy. What is the contingency plan if the DAA arrangement doesn't really work? And we have to get a government position, policy position on the long-term vision for municipalities, and not necessarily just focus on the DAA. Yes, it could be an intervention temporarily, but we need to have a permanent operating model. We have an energy market that is coming very fast. Energy wholesale market is coming very fast. And we might be having a situation of sectors that are running parallel to each other. An energy market that is very lucrative, and a distribution sector that is still falling apart because we haven't really identified a full solution for it. So what has been the IGR development recently? We all come together, Treasury, COGTA, Eskom, and others. We agreed that there should be a DAA that is implemented through Section 78, which is the only legal process for getting into any contract, even if it's not Eskom. National Treasury created a task team, which includes all the IGR partners, to look at the shortened version of the Section 78 so that we can try to comply to the September timeline, because there are letters that have been sent by National Treasury to the municipalities that have been dropped on the program, and it's giving them September for a council resolution to have been done, which means a Section 78 report must have been tabled to the municipality. And the Section 78 assessment is not something that can take 3 months. But this is the situation we have right now. Yeah, we're still not supporting the purger process. It's very invasive. We also have discussed and agreed as IGR that we should, all of us, we should come up with support to municipalities to engage on this Section 78 process. So that is the agreement right now, because Section 78 process could be very expensive as well. And municipalities, obviously, they won't be in a position to appoint consultants to actually start doing the Section 78. Even if they do that, we know how lengthy supply chain process can be in municipalities. So at the national level, we need to be coming in and providing that kind of support to municipalities. So subsequent to that, as SALGA, we raised our hand with the little that municipalities pay us as levies. We are going to be supporting municipalities on Section 78, but it's not going to be enough for all the 13 that are currently being on the spotlight for the DAA. We have appointed, we are in the process of finalizing an appointment of the service providers, which would be 3 or 4 service providers that will be distributed to municipalities to start doing the Section 78, because I think we take it serious that we cannot have a situation where a DAA is signed without that. But we need to be honest, there is no money in the system to actually support all municipalities that are in the spotlight with that. And I think it's one of the things that the portfolio committee maybe need to be looking at as well. We have sponsored as SALGA also a legal counsel to sponsor a legal opinion on the DAA, so that we are sure at IGR that we're doing the right thing. So that legal opinion is going to form part of the IGR. So we sponsored that as SALGA as well. So our challenge, as I said, Chair, we need the other IGR partners to be forthcoming in terms of what can they put on the table. We have opened ourselves up as SALGA and said you can use our panel. If you've got budget, we can find ways. We use our panel to actually bankroll the Section 78 process so that the DAAs eventually become official and legal. So I know this, we're not supposed to be recommending anything, but we have slides on recommendation. But maybe let's take it as a conclusion, Chair. Just for you to note what has been happening on the DAA as presented, and also our position that there's no municipality that will sign a DAA without getting into a legal process that is prescribed in the legislation. We're still worried about the September timeline, but National Treasury will maybe give effect to that also in their presentation. Also notes what we've done as part of providing support. You know, Chair, we are not a department, so we don't have a budget. We're just trying to do what we can with the little that we have, with the very same levies that the municipalities are paying us. Also, Chair, we want you to note, we would like you to note that the DAA is not a holistic solution, and COGTA has said that, the minister has said that. I think everyone that has presented has said that, and I think even Eskom knows that. So also, Chair, we would like also the committee to also impress upon the other IGR partners to bring forward support. We have started the journey. Maybe we can, put something over and above what we started as SALGA's support. And lastly, Chair, this is as a result of the Merafong DAA. We need to impress Eskom not to pressure municipalities to sign a DAA outside the IGR discussion, because that creates problem. And municipalities sign because they are pushed to the corner. And that's why there's a court issue now around the DAA. Chair, this is all from us, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just looking at the time, that our time is getting limited. So we're going to quickly go on to take the presentation from National Treasury, but of course we will allow the Deputy Minister, Mr. Suripen, to be able to lay the foundation before the actual presentation. Over to you, DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the committee this morning and to table our presentation. From the Treasury side, the continued growth in municipal debt to Eskom is one of the most serious issues that we have at the moment, as one of the many things that we look at as systemic risks to the fiscus and to the state of government finances. So we introduced the Municipal Debt Relief Program in 2023 to try to change behavior at municipalities so that we would incentivize the right kind of behavior, because we've learned from bitter experience that bailing out any kind of entity creates moral hazard, where people assume that the state will be able to bail out in perpetuity when the balance sheet to do so does not exist. So what we are trying to do with that program was to improve financial management, strengthen revenue collection, and ensure that municipalities pay for the electricity that they purchase from Eskom. We've achieved some success. A number of municipalities have qualified for debt write-offs by complying with the conditions of the program. And what that shows us is that when municipalities implement fiscal discipline, that reform can be achieved. But the overall picture does remain concerning. We've got too many municipalities to struggle with or refuse to undertake revenue collection, refuse to undertake credit control, and as a result, don't pay their current Eskom accounts. The consequence is that municipal debt to Eskom continues to grow, which places pressure both on municipal finances and on the financial sustainability of Eskom, but ultimately is a systemic risk to the reliability of electricity supply in South Africa. So for this reason, as you've heard from previous presentations, the Treasury, together with the Department of Cooperative Governance, with Eskom, with NERSA and SALGA, has been working on alternative options. One such is the Distribution Agency Agreement, dependent on Section 78 of the Municipal Systems Act. And we hope that this will improve revenue collection and payment discipline while allowing municipalities an opportunity to remain on their pathway towards financial recovery. So, Chair, with those brief introductory remarks, let me hand over to the Treasury team who will take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. We are done. Thank you. We are then going to take the presentation. Oh, okay. You can. You were sitting that side. I didn't see you. I've quickly gone this
Sure.
side.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, deputy ministers, royalty that's in the room. Good morning. My name is Sadesh Ramjathan from the National Treasury. I will present on the progress that we have so far on the debt relief program, as well as some of the initiatives that we have put in place. I'm also responsible at the National Treasury for the Municipal Revenue Management Improvement Program. I'm responsible for the debt relief program, and I'm responsible for the rollout of the smart meter grant that municipalities are receiving currently. Some municipalities are receiving currently. So just to contextualize what some of the other colleagues have presented, we were looking at an amount of 55.3 billion that we wanted to write off through the program. The program was or is aligned to a 3-year time frame. The debt that's presented by Eskom, 111 billion, needs to be understood very carefully, because quite often it's misunderstood in the media context. So that debt of 111 billion includes the amount of 55.3 billion that the debt relief program intended to write off. Now, unfortunately, some municipalities on the debt relief program could not meet the demands of payment to Eskom, and they have incurred additional debt. The increase of the debt on the 71 municipalities on the debt relief program equated to 39 billion as at the March 26 report. Now, we have presented our analysis on the top 14 municipalities that are on the debt relief program. And at that time, we did indicate that the debt relief program on its own will not help these municipalities come out of the situation that they find themselves in, the financial situation that they find themselves in, right? And they make up an increasing amount of 64 billion of that amount of the 111 billion. On the other hand, municipalities that are not on the debt relief program have contributed to the debt owed to Eskom of 17 billion. And this is primarily due to smaller municipalities that have contributed to about 5.3 billion, but metros, on the other hand, contributed to about 12 billion of that 17 billion. So there's two parts that need to be understood with the amount that's being contributed by the debt owed to Eskom. And I think this contextualizes what that is. Now, I'm not going to go to why we intended to have the debt relief program. Deputy Minister have already touched on some of the issues around what was the purpose of dealing with this debt. It was dealing with the culture of non-payment by customers to municipalities, by municipalities to Eskom, or bulk suppliers. So this program was intended to deal with some of the issues around that. Now, give you some progress on the debt relief program itself. As you can see that average submission over this period here was 96%, and average performance was 66%. And the result of the 66% is due to some municipalities in the Free State, in the Northern Cape, and in the Mpumalanga province that have not submitted the reports on time at the time of preparing the presentation. But more importantly, the observations that we've made during the reporting of on the program itself was that municipalities are not enforcing credit control to the customers. And as a result, they were not receiving the funds that is due to them, that's billed to them and due to them ultimately. Now, coupled with this here, many of these municipalities you'd find are presenting unfunded budgets. So they intend spending more than they have collected or they have in their coffers. This is another contribution to the situation. And lastly, you find that there's a situation where municipalities, but it's a to and fro situation, because as soon as they get pressure from one side, they try and meet the demand of that pressure, but they, on the other hand, don't pay other creditors, which creates a problem. And ultimately, municipalities have not taken this program very seriously. As my colleague from SALGA has indicated, there was an opportunity here to write off 55.3 billion. Municipalities will not ever get that opportunity again. Never. Because the fiscus can't afford it. But here we were trying to write off 55.3 billion. Sadly, municipalities did not take advantage of the relief that we offered. Some municipalities have, and we'll come to that in the later slides. And the success here, as much as Eskom had alluded to the fact that there's a few municipalities that have received the write-off that was intended, on our side, we're presenting that 24 municipalities received the 1/3 write-off, and the list is as per the table on the slide. And there's 27 municipalities that received either the first or the second third. Now, as much as SALGA again indicated that the timeframes were not convenient for municipalities, we made it convenient from a perspective of if the municipality could not pay the current account within 1 year, and they took 1.5 years to meet the demand of the 1 year, we still allow them the write-off that they deserve, because we think it's important that municipalities get this write-off to come out of the situation that they find themselves in. 13 municipalities, unfortunately, received termination letters from the program, and the basis of these 13 municipalities was that of the 2 years or 24 months and little more that they've been on the program, they have not paid Eskom for 18 months or more that they were on the program. And we had to issue them with a termination notice. The municipalities on that list have responded. We have given them an alternative, which I'll talk to a little later. But 10 municipalities have, through a council resolution, indicated that they're willing to undertake the Section 78 process, and 2 municipalities indicated that they were still contemplating the decision to embark on a Section 78 process or a DAA conclusion at the end. 1 municipality has raised a dispute which we are trying to deal with the help of Eskom. Now, contractually, these municipalities should be dropped off the program because they haven't met the conditions of the program. And the conditions of program that SALGA had alluded to was the conditions in MFMA Circular 124. And we knew from the start that municipalities will not receive 100% performance on the circular conditions. But we were willing to look at best performing and offer them the relief that they deserve, right? So ideally and contractually, we should drop these municipalities off the program. But dropping these municipalities off the program does not help them or help the system at all, right? So we offered them a lifeline, and the lifeline that we have offered them was through an engagement that we had with stakeholders, Eskom in particular, around a DAA, a distribution agency agreement. And this was targeted at a 5-year term for the agreement in a municipal space. Through this distribution agency agreement and the signing of that at the end, after the Section 78 process is undertaken, they will still remain on the debt relief program and still be offered some of the relief that we intended to give them, right? In this way, the license still remains intact, and there was no intention of revoking the license through this process at all. So the Treasury issued a letter to these 13 municipalities and offered them 2 options. The first option was you either enter into a Section 78 process and culminating into a distribution agency agreement, or we drop you off the program. And that's the results I've showed you earlier, where 10 of them indicated that they want to undertake the Section 78 process, and which will culminate into a distribution agency agreement signed. Now, again, my colleague from COGTA has indicated that municipalities are not forced to enter into this agreement with Eskom. The exercise that they undertake under the Section 78 of the MSA will inform their council of what route to take. Eskom could be one of the agencies that assist the municipalities, and we will then indicate that how Eskom will be preferred in this process. Now, if these municipalities are dropped off the program, then immediately Eskom institutes the credit control on these municipalities. And again, my colleague from SALGA indicated that the route of the legal route to attach bank accounts does not favor any stakeholder in the process. It leaves a municipality in a very, very somber and depressed state financially, with more problems after that. Smart metering support to these municipalities will not materialize because they're off the program. And again, the last option would be that the Minister of Department of Energy, Electricity and Energy could request that we invoke Section 2162 of the Constitutions on these municipalities to recover what is due to them. All other support will stop. And the support we're talking about, and I indicated that I'm also responsible for the the Revenue Improvement Program, Municipal Revenue Improvement Program, and through that program we provide support with technical advisors to these municipalities. We provide support to help them determine what a cost-reflective tariff should be. We support them on reconciling the valuation role with the billing system, and in many cases there's huge gaps between those two. and we also assist them with developing policies that are watertight in the process. So if any customer wants to take them to court, at least we know the policies and the bylaws are in place to oppose that court application. We also help with indigent management and lastly, development of standard operating procedures in that space. So why is Eskom preferred as an agent to perform the function? Firstly, the process, because Eskom is an organ of state, it is easier to appoint them because they're part of government. Right? Now, my colleague from SALGA also indicated appointing someone through a SCM process may take a long time, and therefore Eskom, being an organ of state, could be an easier route to appoint. Right? Secondly, is that entering into a DAA with Eskom, the debt that we intended to write off, municipalities still have the opportunity to write off that debt. And the only risk that we see with the DAA, and I think the colleague from COGTA again highlighted this in his presentation very eloquently, where the DAA must not be seen as a silver bullet to resolve all matters in the municipality around energy. Eskom will get their part of what's due through the arrangement in the municipality, but be rest assured there will still be an amount of arrears that will accumulate in the space of that municipality because of the tariffs that are not set to be cost reflective and under other contributing factors in that municipality space. So, Chair, on the way forward, the next group of municipalities, we are targeting 14 municipalities as the next group, in addition to the 13 municipalities. They will be offered the same opportunity to enter into a Section 78 process and a DAA conclusion. We have agreed as a task team that COGTA is leading on the expedited MSA Section 78 process to assist municipalities. NERSA needs to lead on some of the other processes regarding the Electricity Regulation Act, and a standardized version of the DAA is essential in this space, because we found that the DAA that has been presented to municipalities seem to be biased towards what Eskom wants, and we think that in this process, both parties need to be equally assisted to be sustainable in the future. So SALGA, together with some of the other national stakeholders, are developing a standardized DAA to assist the municipalities with this process. Now we understand, and don't misunderstand me, please. So the standardized DAA is some of the conditions we think that are necessary and cannot be negotiated on, but we know that each municipality is different, and there will be some clauses in that DAA that will be relevant to that circumstance. Chair, that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DM. No, Treasury. Thank you very much, Treasury, for your presentation. I don't know, maybe I'm prophesying. So we have received all the presentations that we needed to get for today. We are behind time in terms of our schedule, but we will try and get as much of the conversation going on as possible. So we are going to allocate 4 minutes each for now for members of the two committees to be able to ask questions or comments. And for ease of response, if possible, we do require that you state who you are directing the question to, if you have a specific interest on an individual responding, noting the fact that the minister is now no longer with us, the acting DG, and the DM will be able to step in where you would have wanted to direct the question to the Minister of Electricity and Energy. So we are then going to take the first round of questions and then try and perhaps get another round later if time permits. Okay. Before we get the hands. Okay, yes, Honorable Chabeleng.
No, Chair, I see you're managing me. Chair, I have a point of exigency. We have had 4 critical presentations, and we're offered 4 minutes to give inputs on a serious issue and matter like this. We're not taking Parliament serious. We have constituencies that are up in arms, and we need to respond to our constituencies. And this manner whereby we are put in a corner not to be effective, literally to be rendered ineffective parliamentarians, is not acceptable. This is a critical matter that we needed to thresh it and deal with issues and merits of the issue in depth. 4 minutes allocated to members for a 4-hour presentation. If you have seen it, your timetable said 20 minutes per presentation. The presentations ran over. Yet when it comes to us as members, you are not allocating the same value and amount of time. And I think you should actually take this point into consideration and give us proper enough time to engage on this matter. We have all the departments here today, and we want the answers.
It's noted, but you have not heard me. I said, I'm trying to assist you, in fact, when I say the first round will be 4 minutes, so that when they respond, because you're not sure how much time they will respond, then you are able to have another session so that so when you have follow-up questions. But however, if members would like to exhaust all the time now, it's completely up to the members. It's not to constrain you in any way, but to try and pace ourselves so that after they've given us a response and you have a follow-up, then we're able to get that second round. But however, if we want to go all out in the first round and see if we still have time, because eventually we'll have to leave for the dome and that one will be out of our control. So I'm just going to open the set of hands and we'll see where time takes us. Yes?
Thanks, Chair. Usually I observe that when we are here in the Electricity Committee, if we have invited the entities, when they respond, they take more time to respond. And then when you check out your time that you allocate to us, it will be finished without even getting clarity. So maybe my appeal will be those who will be answering, they must not just take our minutes. Maybe you allocate them the time to respond. It will be progressive. Thanks.
Thanks, but also we are also not going to do this as how we usually do it. We'll actually take comments. That's why I wanted to see the number of hands. So if you see how many rounds we take, and then we'll give them to respond, and then we'll come back for follow-ups. But those individuals who will be responding, please take note that we are now constrained in terms of time, but also we do want comprehensive responses from them so that they don't give us half responses. But I think let's just take it to fate. Let's give it fate. Let's give it to fate to determine where we will go with the time. Okay, so both committees, can I please see the hands? Okay, so I think let's just take it with a row. We'll start there by Honorable Mailem, and then we will come up.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters. Chair, let me start by saying that this is not a new problem. And Honourable Mkhize will remember that we discussed this problem back in 2018 when he was the Minister of COGTA. We discussed it in 2015 when Minister Gordhan was the Minister of COGTA. And, you know, what really irks me, and this really annoys me, is that SALGA are disclaiming any responsibility for the crisis that we find ourselves in. Because here's the issue. Municipalities are not paying their current account. Forget about the historic debt. They're not paying their current accounts. And if we're going to deal with the municipal debt crisis, the first thing that has to happen, the very first thing, it's a non-negotiable, is that they need to pay their current accounts. Now, I accept that the condition of the debt relief program was very onerous, that it required them from month one to pay their current account in full. And I think that maybe we should have looked at a phased-in approach, maybe over 3 months or 6 months, to get them to a point to paying that current account in full every month. However, you cannot walk away from the fact that if you consume a product, you must pay for the product. You cannot walk away from that fact. And for SALGA to do that is absolutely ludicrous. Every time I see SALGA, and I've been involved with SALGA for a long time. I was Honourable Mkize's shadow on the COGTA portfolio. And so I've known SALGA for a long time. Every time they come before a committee, the first thing they ask for is more money. Give us a bigger allocation of DORA. Give us more money. We need support. We need funding. We need this. We need that. And I don't deny that municipalities need help. But what I do deny is that municipalities are doing their job effectively, because it boils down to collecting the money that they're owed. And if you have a look at the debt that is owed to municipality on the COGTA slide, where it says municipalities owe Eskom 110 billion, it's now 111 point something. On that slide, it says that municipalities themselves are owed 467 billion rand. That is a 4 times multiple of the amount that they owe to Eskom, which says to me that the municipalities are not doing their job. And their job is very simple: collect the revenue and pay over what they owe to Eskom. And they'd have a whole lot of money in their pockets if they did that one simple thing. They'd have 357 billion rand in their pockets if they did that. So being very, very blunt, councillor, being very, very blunt, get off your backsides, do your job, collect the revenue, pay Eskom. Because then you wouldn't be able to come here and say, oh yes, I would move heaven and earth to get the debt relief. Treasury offered the debt relief, 55 billion rand of debt relief. They offered it to you. They gave it to you on a silver platter. And yet, you haven't moved heaven and earth to take up that offer. In fact, if you look at the compliance on the Treasury presentation, you can't even submit. 1/3 of the municipalities on municipal debt relief, on the municipal debt relief program, have not submitted an MTREF that is compliant. 1/3 of those municipalities. Now, I'm not here to protect Eskom, and Eskom will tell you that I am one of their biggest critics. In fact, if you listen to my speech in the House yesterday, you will know that I slammed Eskom. But here's the thing. The failure here is not Eskom. The failure here is municipalities. And so, while I accept the argument that DAAs are a very blunt instrument, the question I have to ask is this. And I'm going to ask this question firstly to SALGA. What's the alternative? Because you have not put a credible alternative on the table. What's the alternative? If municipalities aren't doing their job, if municipalities aren't collecting the revenue and paying Eskom for their current account, just the current account, forget about the historic debt, just the current account. If municipalities aren't doing that, what is the alternative? So that's my first question. I think that SALGA does raise a very pertinent point. And that is, or 2 pertinent points. The first is, what happens if the DAA does not succeed? What happens if they don't manage to collect the revenue? And I think this is something that we need to explore further, and I would welcome the Department of Electricity and Energy's input on this, because I think it's something that they need to take ownership of and say, well, here's a response to that. But quite critically, the DAA does one thing very, very well. It identifies the root causes inside the municipality that are causing their failures. It identifies weak revenue collection. It identifies poor maintenance. It identifies electricity losses. These are the things that SALGA says, they're the things that Eskom says, they're the things that everybody says are the causes of why you are not paying your bills. So here's my question. When after the 5-year DAA, Eskom steps out of the municipality, what guarantee do we have that the municipality at that point is going to be ready to pick up and carry on? Because they haven't done it for the last 10 years. They haven't done it for the last 30 years. And this is the challenge that we have. There is a lack of political will in these municipalities to address the crisis. There is a lack of consequences. There is a lack of implementation. There is a lack of doing your job. And I'm coming across very aggressively here, and I apologize for that, but I think I've been a municipal councillor. I was a councillor in a local municipality. I was a councillor in a metro. I've seen the problems on the ground. Two of my municipalities that I'm the constituency head for are on the list of debt relief municipalities. They're two of the compliant municipalities. They've received both tranches of debt relief. So I know what it feels like. What is the solution? What is the way out of that crisis for a municipality? What is the way out of this lack of service delivery, this lack of doing the bare minimum? Because that's what it boils down to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Bata.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to ask 2 questions. But before the 2 questions, I would like to flag my situation currently. I normally assist the community members to negotiate with eThekwini when they enter into that situation where they have to be closed, and then have an agreement with eThekwini in terms of what should happen. eThekwini demand to the citizens 25% upfront after they have closed to reopen. And let me tell you, for a minimum period, they make a lot of money. And they strategically close the tabs between November, December, and April, May, when they do their planning, including the municipal budget. Yeah. They get a lot of money. But you will hear, also from here in Parliament, what eThekwini has been doing with those monies. They diverted billions to a no man's land. A no man's land because some of the payments they did have got nothing to do with Eskom. The very same revenue they bolster and force citizens to pay. They never paid back deliberately. Why deliberately? Because there is a political blanket that we will call the minister, we know the DG. We're gonna sort this thing out. Comrades know our problems. We're coming towards elections. We can't close. That's the kind of leadership we have. I think we have been visited by the dominance of a one-party state for a longest time. It has created trenches and trenches of arrogance. One of those is this kind of behavior. I would like Eskom, while it's there, to do a study of how Maluti has actually come into the party and why they are behaving. You will find that one of the reasons why Maluti is behaving is because recently they've got different tranches of councillors who seems not to have the inherent arrogance of we will be able to negotiate. We will be able to find amicable decisions. There will be no turning offs. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to educate the political leadership that when these agreements are entered into,
they are not only legal, but also they are a political awareness of a journey that the municipality have actually traveled. Unfortunately, that journey is disaster. And unfortunately, we're not telling, even in a legal format, that the reason why we do not want you to get into this program is because we are a political disaster. Each and every intervening moment, you refuse to pay. Even when staff members say we should be paying, you opt for salaries rather than paying Eskom. These kinds of tendencies at the height of legal agreements are a problem. And I can assure you, with the coming local government elections, you're going to have more if your attention is not addressing these ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Drink.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me appreciate also the presentations and concur, I think, to a large extent what my two colleagues before me have shared. Most of the presentations, Chair, that in my opinion, position municipal debt as the challenges of municipal debt, electricity debt as structural, financial, operational, and regulatory. But I think that while that may be the case, in my view, there are two key components in terms of the challenges with regards to this electricity debt. There are two key challenges that are missing. The first is corruption within our municipalities. And I don't have to go into detail with regards to corruption, and one only needs to go and look at the Auditor General's report. Just in terms of the systemic corruption that we find within our municipalities. And so unless we address the challenge as well within the municipalities of corruption, unethical behavior, secondly, immoral and unethical behavior, also within our municipalities. And I want to maybe allude to two first-hand cases of two close colleagues, friends of mine. One who works within a municipality, who's a manager, senior manager within the municipality, within the electricity department of a municipality, said that they were taking on about 200 recruits in the electricity department. But he was told, you go through your process for these 100, but this 100, top management has already said you're taking them irrespective of the skills base that they have. So here's a junior manager who is now forced to comply with the political decision. And so when we have transformers exploding, after being new transformers exploding, that's one of the reasons. It is corrupt, unethical, and immoral behavior that we see within our municipalities. Second, another close colleague of mine, speaking to her two colleagues that she works with, complaining about the increased electricity and how she is struggling to make ends meet, paying electricity versus putting food on the table for her children. Her other two colleagues who work with her have the same kind of income, similar homes and so on that they live in, says to her, shame, you still pay for electricity. And they work for government departments. And so here are two colleagues of hers that don't pay for electricity. And so these are some of the challenges I think that if we do not address, if SALGA and COGTA do not assist the municipalities in addressing some of these challenges, SALGA and COGTA are complicit. Chair, I think that the Minister also alluded to government distribution as of resources as taking from the rich to provide for the poor, and that's what governments do. But I also want to state that only works for as long as you have a growing middle to affluent group. And South Africa doesn't have that luxury. We have a declining tax and rates base. And one looks at the problems that we have with unemployment in South Africa, just increased by another 300,000 or so that have been added to the unemployment rate ranks. And so the problem then with this model of continuing to take from the rich to give to the poor is that when your rates or your tax base continues to decline, you now have a problem where both rich and poor, so-called rich and poor, the model is not going to be able to sustain itself. So what is then the model that is sustainable? And I think that very clearly the model that is sustainable is economic growth. And it's economic growth accompanied by good ethical governance, which drives employment. And if no proper interventions besides the DAA model, and I know that it has its challenges, but what other alternatives then are there to arrest the continued increase of electricity debt that Eskom has to confront? And if the solutions, and you cannot provide solutions besides the ones that are being provided, the consequences, I believe, are too ghastly to contemplate. Chair, let me just then maybe ask Eskom, just three questions, or maybe let me start with the question to SALGA, SALGA, COGTA, and Treasury. Where municipalities continue to accumulate debt despite participating in the DAA and other interventions, what consequences, interventions, or corrective actions are triggered by your departments? And so that's to National Treasury, COGTA, and SALGA. So where there's clear failure by municipalities to comply, and sometimes deliberately not complying, what are the consequences, interventions, and corrective actions that your department positions? And then to Eskom, since the implementation of the DAA model, to what extent can the successes achieved in the 3 municipal cases that have been presented to us to arrest municipal arrear debt to Eskom be replicated? So to what extent can this be replicated? And how does Eskom assess the success or failure of the model against predetermined targets? Then secondly, to Eskom again, what safeguards are in place to ensure that municipalities participating in the DAA agreements, as we've heard, some of the risks, some of the concerns, in terms of also the Section 78 process. So what safeguards are in place to ensure that municipalities do not lose their constitutional authority over revenue collection and service delivery? And how are concerns regarding municipal finance independence being addressed also by Eskom? And then thirdly, beyond debt recovery, how does the DAA model address the root causes? Because the minister also alluded to that. We've got to look at the root causes. So what is Eskom doing to also address the root causes of municipal debt, which includes electricity losses, illegal connections, inadequate billing systems, poor revenue collection, and aging distribution infrastructure? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chabeling.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings. Chair, thanks for the opportunity, and the co-chair for the meeting today. We've long waited for this. If you'd recall, I think the chair was not here, but the previous chair, we went to Eskom last year on an oversight. And the point of the oversight was to raise this issue sharply around municipal debt. At the time, there was no structure and instrument. So we have to really give, credit where it's due. The structure was set up based on that outcome of the workshop we had, at the new offices of the Department of Electricity, where we debated very, viciously about the issue of this municipal debt, and we even proposed solutions which I can see have been carried through, even with the DAA arrangement, etc. The problem becomes, Chair, that and unfortunately the line ministers are deputy ministers, so they won't be able to take on the mantle on leading this. The crisis of this particular municipal default literally is a GNU crisis. We have to be honest about it. It's a failure of government on its levels. Here we're not talking about entities that are outside government. You're not talking to private customers, people who are just defaulting. Here you're saying government has a monopoly on electricity distribution, charges prices on electricity, and subsidizes that electricity. But between the government entities, somebody refuses to pass the value chain of the money. There's a theft process happening because municipalities are taking money, charging customers upfront for prepaid electricity as well as postpaid electricity. Eskom charges at a discounted level to municipalities, so they don't even have to pass over the whole value. They're passing on a small amount. Then you come to the point where COGTA's entities are supposed to now be reliant as municipalities and pay back the money. They refuse to pay back the money. All you hear is in the papers is all the corruption. Municipal managers, municipal mayors paying themselves excessive amounts of money, going on unending trips and doing bonuses, etc. But at the same time defaulting. And really, I'm throwing it at the failure of the leadership. This is a manufactured problem, and ministers, you have to really understand and take responsibility on this aspect of it. You have these municipalities as your entities. If they default under your reign and leadership, it means you must do something. Either take the law into the hands and put them under administration, and based on that administration process, make sure that you can apply the DAA process and make sure that they are compliant. Because 110 billion, when we started this issue, it was hovering around 89 billion. Today it's 114 billion. And it's going up and it's going to increase if nothing is done to arrest the process. So I think we are being cordial on really identifying the issue, but the issue is that line and top management in terms of taking the responsibility. Chair, again, the responsibility here is, in South Africa we have a poverty crisis, and we all know it. Municipalities that are paying are lesser in percentage than grant and subsidy municipalities. 60% or so plus of municipalities receive grants and are non-paying. So which means there is actually somebody underfunding someone in order to cause this problem of municipal debt default process. And we think that it is something that is done deliberately. And my colleague said it nicely that, it's done for political favors, so that when it comes to time to demand payment, somebody says, you know what, I know Minister so-and-so, and I know Deputy Minister in the Treasury, he will make sure that he just overlooks the issue. Because of the Minister in electricity, it happens to be a former colleague or a fellow colleague. So these are problems that are interlinked and are really directly actually related to a failure of management. Here we say that only 11 municipalities are compliant in terms of the write-off and have signed the DAA agreement out of the 76 municipalities. I don't see anybody, no ministers, no DGs are taking action. On the line of SALGA, no SALGA executives are making an issue and really ranting about this particular matter. Why? Question number 2, 114 billion, which is increasing in terms of municipality debt. At the end of the day, if this program fails, who will be held responsible and whose head is going to fall? Which minister, which department, and which CEOs, municipal managers, as well as mayors? Who's going to be held responsible? The municipality, in terms of level declines of payment, is, I'm going to just paint a simple picture, right? Debt is a situation we all know. We all take debt, we live on debt. It's a system that we all survive on. Debt is a credit control obligation. And on the credit control obligation, the creditor has the responsibility to manage their debt, and the one who's indebted has an obligation to honor the creditor. Why is this situation so difficult between the entities in government to honor each other in terms of just passing on what is necessary into the other side of it so that we manage this whole situation? Where the borrower pays and the debtor makes sure that he actually controls his obligation to the creditor side. And why are municipalities and Eskom officials not held liable for their part and failure to honor their debtors' obligations to creditors, and equally vice versa? What is the consequences? We want to know clearly what is going to be done in terms of consequences management to top officials, in terms of their failure to discharge this collection, as well as credit management responsibility. Whose head is going to fall? We had a scenario earlier in one committee. They made an error on their AI policy formulation. 2 officials' head had to fall. In this current scenario crisis, who is going to fall? Whose head is going to fall? Whose minister? Which DG? Which CEO in Eskom? Who? We want to know who's going to be held responsible on this matter. Because this question where our people are continuously being told that things have been resolved, but there is no consequence management, has to end. So this matter is very clear. Treasury also has lapsed its role in terms of enforcing obligations to departments and entities. Treasury has the role where it can actually withhold departmental funding and budget by making sure that that particular part of it is obliged, obligations are resolved, and municipalities can comply. On the question of load shedding or load reduction, we are a little bit out of load shedding. You know, in terms of the excuses, I find it a bit bizarre that we are referring load reduction towards an issue of electricity theft. It is just one of the problems. Electricity theft is just one of the challenges. The bigger challenge is municipalities are not expanding their current transformer, their current infrastructure, their current electricity transmission, distribution system and network. And that is why you're having a huge challenge around load reduction, and it's targeted towards that. But the bizarre part of it is the department gives us the analysis and says very clearly that there are areas where there has not been any load reduction is in the Western Cape. Are you telling me that only the Western Cape does have a situation where there is no theft of electricity, and all other provinces in the country there is an electricity theft problem? That's a serious issue, because if that is the case, then something has to be done. The models used by the Western Cape then must be the de facto model for everybody else. But I don't believe that is the issue, because Western Cape has enough problems with regards to its informal settlements, and those informal settlements that I've seen cannot be that there is no problem of load reduction. It's just the management of the load planning, the load demand is done properly. So that's one issue that I wanted to understand. Why have we isolated other provinces and how? You know, and issue of fiscal discipline, the state defaulting, the grants that are given, the subsidies that are passed on, and then most of them end up in this problem that we're having, where government contracts, where municipality managers, executives, and all sorts of spending goes out. In the past, municipalities used to spend 70% of their budget on engineering and infrastructure. Today, they're spending lesser of it, and 70% on IT. When you ask what IT, you cannot even find a system that's functional. Most municipal executives cannot even operate ICT-based platforms. So something is amiss here, and somebody is actually just doing really outright corruption. And I'm asking this question, let's ask ourselves in our own deepest conscience, do we really, are we happy with the situation or the status quo of what we see? You know, and this is where it comes to the point of saying the possible solution currently, which I think should be the way forward, is we need to ring fence, clear ring fencing of municipal electricity revenue, and create a bill that specifically talks about ring fencing municipal revenue on electricity into a special account that cannot be touched until it's paid off to its debt obligation. And I think as a committee, we have the obligation to can request that the department assist us with this particular bill of ring fencing municipal electricity revenue and create that bill, Chair. And I didn't want to go into deeper things, but I think from this point of view, I must say, as executives, I'm really disappointed. This should not be our problem today, 30 years down the line. We should be celebrating that people are paying for electricity and are receiving the services. Instead, people are paying for electricity, municipalities are stealing that money and not paying Eskom for that electricity. And that is my conclusion, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Taibos.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everybody. Chair, I first just need some clarity. This DAA, was it an Eskom idea? Was it a COGTA idea? Was it a combination? And then I also need to understand how does it operate, the structure of this. When you approach a municipality, does COGTA inform you or recommend that you speak to that municipality, they're having this problem, maybe see how you can help them, or how does that happen? So if I can get just clarity on that. And then I want to go back to my friend there, our first, I can't remember the name, but I think you were a bit harsh on SALGA. Anyway, what I've learned and what I've seen and what I've observed about SALGA is they try very hard, but they don't have the powers over municipalities. Municipalities don't listen to SALGA. They don't. You know, there's a baie mooi Afrikaanse gesegde, maar ek sal dit nie nou gebruik nie. Maar hulle vee hulle goeders af aan hulle goeders aan SALGA. So net om te sê, the municipalities don't listen to SALGA. I think we need to, the problem is actually a lot deeper. And when we go back and we look at the 3 municipalities that is actually DAA active, Maluti, Pofung, Mfuleni, and Merafong. Now, we've been to these municipalities. We visited them, I think 2 years ago. And Maluti Apofung is, that's sad. When we visited that municipality, I think it was in its 5th year of not submitting annual financial statements or the annual financial figures anyway. The sad part is this happens, all right? We reported to COGTA. COGTA knows about it. It's not that they don't know about it. Comes the following year, they haven't submitted anything, they get an unfunded budget. Okay? I don't know how many billion is their budget, but it's like taking that money and throwing it down into a black hole because there's no service delivery. There's nothing going on. I think there's a competition amongst the officials to see how much who can grab and how well you can grab without being noticed. And then to crown it all, I cannot tell you of one official that's been locked up for any of the disappearance of that money. Yet there's council resolutions that writes off billions of rands without any consequence management. So this whole thing comes back, in my mind, comes back to COGTA, because COGTA is responsible for the municipalities, when it ultimately. So how serious, I'm asking, is COGTA in terms of consequence management and making sure that this government does not throw money down a black hole year after year? That's Mfuleni. I think before I was even in government, Mfuleni was a major problem. I knew some of the guys at Mfuleni, and there's nothing I could do. But I saw what was happening. Merafong is another one. It is not, again, there is no political will here, people. What we need to understand, there is no political will for these people to do the right thing. It is a looting exercise, and it's how quickly and how much and who can drive the best 4x4. So again, I'm going to say, SALGA is like a toothless pit bull. It can bark very loud, but it can't bite because the municipalities don't care what SALGA says. They don't even listen to them. They don't take the advice. They say, oh, SALGA, come in quickly, we've got a problem here. Can you help us? We don't know what's going on here. SALGA comes in, all the expertise, they say, this is what you should do, that is what you should do. When SALGA leaves there, everything that SALGA done, they throw in the bin because they don't do anything of those. But they followed process to say, no, we called SALGA for help. So they tick that box. And after that, nothing happens. So serious, I got a lot of other things to say, but I think this thing needs to come back to ultimate. There's two things. Political will, first and foremost. Yeah. Political will to resolve this issue, and COGTA needs to become a lot harder on municipalities. Those are the two things that I can suggest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the members in the meeting and all colleagues. Chair, I also have only two questions, maybe I need a clarity on. First, it will be on the animal, the fearful animal called DAA. The animal that made Afroforum to take some of the municipalities to court. I just want to understand it, Chair. Beyond the high-level overview of the presentation on the DAA that was provided today, I just want to check what are the explicit operational, technical, and financial clauses contained within the standardized DAA contract. And I just want to also understand what is the exact risk allocation matrix and role definition between Eskom and the municipalities under the DAA contract, and who carries the final accountability if operational benchmarks are missed. And also, Chair, on the DAA, because this animal looks like it's a problem. What is the intergovernmental relation partners assessment on the legal proceedings instituted by the Afroforum regarding the legality of the DAA concluded with the Marifong local municipality, specifically concerning the alleged failure to meet statutory requirements like your public notices, feasibility studies, and NESA approvals? I just want to check that, Chair. What is more important, Chair, it's on the free basic electricity. The Department of Electricity and Energy has indicated its intent to review and potentially increase the free basic electricity quantum to around 150 kilowatts or 200 kilowatts per month for qualifying indigent households to mitigate electricity theft and load reduction. Unfortunately, Chair, data suggests that around 80% of eligible households do not receive the free basic electricity allocation. And it's because of the municipal indigent registers that are outdated. And funds are redirected to other operations in the municipalities. So, Chair, National Treasurer funds hundreds and thousands of indigent units, yet only a tiny fraction are registered. So I just want to check what is the specific or legally binding mechanism is the intergovernmental relations partners establishing with COGTA as well to ensure that equitable share allocations meant for free basic electricity are strictly ring-fenced, as Honorable Chabeling has said. We just need to do that, to ring-fence it so that it can be used anywhere else. And also that municipalities are compelled to expand their indigent registers. I'm saying this, Chair, because I'm from a municipality with around 90,000 population. So I went to check who are registered, how many people or households that are registered on the indigent. It was less than 10,000. And it's 90,000 population. And the town I'm coming from, or the municipality I'm coming from, it's one of those economic hubs where there's nothing. There's no work, there's no companies that we can say those people are able to pay. So we need to also make sure that municipalities are compelled to expand their indigent registers and deal with their indigent policies. One of the issues are those, that there are issues that they can't register the people because of the policies that they have, they don't allow them. So those things we must check. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sompa.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions on the presentation, but because of time, I'll just try to through some of the questions. But before I got in, we have a big elephant in the community that comes from municipalities. Now, I don't know who's going to answer this question for us, but at some stage as government, we need to have a closed chapter or a resolution in terms of what can be done in terms of billing system. The billing system of all municipalities cut across. Schools will be complaining about the billing. Ordinary elderly person who is getting pension, paying a bill, his bill every month. Maybe this month the bill will say 600, he will pay all the money. The next month when it comes, the bill will say 7,000. He or she is living alone. But this issue is not resolved. It's year after year. So maybe the team that is here will answer who's supposed to take the municipality responsible in terms of the billing system. To SALGA. Given SALGA warning that the September 2026 deadline is highly constrained for municipalities to compete the complex Section 76-78 legislation process, what specific financial and technical resources that are National Treasury and COGTA deploying right now to ensure these municipalities do not fail? If IGR partners does not step up, will National Treasury extend the deadline to prevent the legal and operational logjam? Second question will be, SALGA has warned that the DAA Act as a backdrop takeover that strip municipalities of their electricity distribution functions without considering how they will survive financially once electricity revenues is redirected. How does Eskom and National Treasury plans to protect the municipality funding model and to ensure the cross-subsidization of other critical local service does not collapse under the DAA agreement? And then the other question will be, given that the primary intent of the municipality debt relief program was to change the behavior and restore basic minimum financial management best practices, why have debts level nearly double under the National Treasury watch? What explicit immediate interventions are being stacked for a Free State, Northern Cape, and Mpumalanga, which are noted as failing below moderate compliance, to prevent them from completely collapsing their program's objective? The second one will be, if a municipality has already demonstrated an ability to unwilling to enforce local credit control, evidently by the poor 38% compliance rating, how will shifting the agency functions to Eskom via a DAA structural fixing, how will shifting the agency functions to Eskom via a DAA structurally fixed underlying collection failures? Furthermore, how can the National Treasury safely migrate municipality to this model when the financial parameters of the debts write-off are still unfinalized, work in progress, and Treasury itself acknowledges that areas may continue and accumulate under the DAA framework? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have Honorable Bapti, who is going to be, who's with us virtually. So Ms. Lee Bramo will help us to connect him so we get his comments.
Chair. He's connected.
Okay.
You can go ahead, Mr. Bapti.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to my colleagues and to the officials in the room. Chair, I want to preface the questions I'm going to pose to Eskom, COGTA and SALGA just with a general comment on this issue. Just starting out with the fact that we have 257 local municipalities, of which 165 are licensed distributors, which implies that therefore 92 are distributed by Eskom. But within those 165, some of the areas also Eskom. And of that 165, there are 96 that are indebted to Eskom. And of that 96, there are 71 that are under the National Treasury Debt Relief Program. The situation, to sum it up, is at present we've got municipalities with debts owing to them of 467.2 billion and municipalities owing Eskom 111.6 billion. And I'm just going to start off with Treasury's comments because it comes to the overall comment I want to make, and that is Treasury implemented various programs and attempts to change behavior within the municipalities, simply because we cannot afford to be bailing them out all the time, and it will not solve the problem. And throughout the presentations we've had, there's been this constant reference to so-called structural challenges in municipalities. And I want to avert that there are no structural challenges in the municipalities. And these so-called structural challenges are just consequences of two fundamental causes. The first one is the internal corruption, which Honourable Thing referred to, and the other one is poor governance by municipal councils. And in fact, one could go back and say it's the municipal councils themselves and the poor governance that allows the internal corruption to exist. And that really is the cause. And everything else we've heard about the challenges in municipalities and things that are going wrong and why it's going wrong, they're all consequences of that fundamental cause in the municipality where we have this problem with ethics. And until that's addressed, I don't believe we'll ever solve the problem. I do, however, accept that DAAs are a practical attempt to mitigate a lot of these problems, and I do believe they have a reasonable degree of success. But I'm going to come then firstly to Eskom, because I have a query, I have a concern. Eskom is the main operator within the DAAs, which then attempts to, or doesn't attempt to, take over doing the business that the municipality itself has failed to do. My question to Eskom is, does Eskom have the capacity to absorb the additional demands that arise from the DAAs? And the link to that is, what is the state of Eskom's own distribution business? If one looks at what's happening within the Eskom distribution space, I think we are seeing significant challenges there, where Eskom is spread too thin and unable to deal with outages in time. So there is a question in my mind as to whether Eskom has the internal capacity or is capable of, but do they have any explanation as to how the additional demand on their capacity is going to be met with the DAAs. Then moving on to COGTA. Now, COGTA has made notice of, or made note of the point that these DAAs are to be temporary. And I put this question to COGTA. What is in the best interests of residents and businesses within the municipalities? We can't lose sight of the fact that we are here to serve those very people. So if these are going to be temporary, what happens when the DAA is over and Eskom leaves? What is COGTA going to do to ensure that the service continues at the standard that one expects? And then a more important one, and I think it came out from one of the previous speakers, and that is, what consequence management has COGTA taken against municipal councillors and management for the service delivery failures they are responsible for? And if they haven't, why not? The behaviour changes that Treasury has attempted to bring about are unlikely to change unless there is some consequence management, both at the municipal level, which requires obviously ethical councils, but COGTA has a role to play in ensuring that municipalities perform in terms of the legislation before them. And that's where there is no consequence management happening, and hence a lot of this takes place. Then there's another question for COGTA, and that is, to what extent does the revenue from electricity cross-subsidize other services in municipalities, particularly the defaulting municipalities? Because I've not seen any data or evidence that suggests that these municipalities have collapsed if they were to pay their electricity accounts. My view is that it's a case of bad management and bad governance. And to support what I'm saying, if one compares the collection levels in municipalities with what's happening in Eskom, there's a stark difference. And it often happens in the same areas. So how is it that one can collect but the other can't? Coming then to SALGA, and I just found SALGA's presentation very, very disappointing, I must say. Why does SALGA believe that Eskom, Treasury, everyone else should continue to support municipalities when they continue to fail to do what they're supposed to do, and that's to run a reasonable electricity business and many other businesses like water and roads? Is there not a case here for an abdication of responsibility by those very municipalities that SALGA is suggesting should continue to receive support? And then there's a question that I think applies both to SALGA and to COGTA. And have either of them done any research into municipal distributors that operate successfully? If not, why not? And if so, what did you find? Because when one looks at the overall numbers, if there are a large number of municipalities that are not in debt relief program, that are not indebted to Eskom, that are functioning well, and Eskom itself in areas where municipalities function can collect their revenue, why are we not studying what happens in those municipalities that are operating successfully to see where those that are not operating successfully are going wrong? And I'm then led back to the same point I made right at the beginning. The failure is in the governance and the management of those municipalities. That's where the fundamental problem exists. But I do support the DAAs because what other options are there? SALGA themselves have concerns and reservations about the DAAs, but don't have anything on the table to present as an alternative. And clearly the DAAs are a pragmatic way of dealing with a problem that arises from municipalities that in many respects have gone rogue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Babti. We are now done with the first round of questions. We're going to get the responses. The time now is 12 minutes to 1. And because there's also lunch, if we are interested in lunch, I think we'll see what we prioritize. I don't know, I don't even want to get into prioritizing or not. But what I do know is that by 2, we have to be in the dome. So I'm trying to caution those who are going to be responding that we have time limitations. We do need the answers to be quite satisfying in terms of the questions that have been asked and the gravity of the issues that have been raised. But please try and avoid preambles and unnecessary additional information, but go straight to responding to some of the things that have been raised and asked by the members. So we are going to start with Eskom, which I think will combine their time together with the Department of Electricity and Energy if they also wish to come in and assist with the responses.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the honourable members. Chair, I initially did not introduce the team. I do have Colin Reddy, that is looking after the load reduction, Guguletu Dumagude for the DAA, as well as Rajen Naidu on the debt relief program. I'll try my best, Chair, to cover as much questions as possible and then allow the team to top up, but we will not take time. I think the most important thing, one, is to go back to one of the questions that have been asked. What is this DAA and how did we come about with the DAA? I had initially indicated, Chair, that it started with Maluti. It was an outcome of a court process where the chamber took NERSA to court, asking NERSA to revoke the license of Maluti. And the solution for us was, let's have a DAA that will work with the municipality using the municipal tariffs to run the business of the municipality for a fixed period of time. And in there, one of the deliverables is to maintain the infrastructure, review the billing and make sure that the billing is done properly and bill the customers directly and those customers to pay Eskom directly, ring fence the collections and pass on what is the difference between the current account and what has been collected to the municipalities, train the resources in the electricity space, as well as make sure that then the infrastructure is being looked after. So it has been an Eskom idea, and that's how it has evolved over the years, and that is why we are still looking at some of the terms as indicated by National Treasury, as well as COGTA. Chair, maybe one of the other things also that I want to again highlight, while I have indicated in the presentation the payment levels compared to what is being billed for both Maluti and Mfuleni, we are yet to bill 100% of the customers in Maluti and 100% of the customers in Mfuleni. We have yet to bill those customers directly and be able to collect directly. Some of the challenges that we have on the ground is that the prepaid that is collected by the municipality is not being passed on to Eskom, and those are one of the reasons why we are yet to collect 100%. But where we are billing and where we are collecting, we are achieving more than 90% in those areas. And we are still in the process of the implementation. The DAA is being monitored by the municipality, by provincial COGTA, as well as by Eskom in terms of the performance. So yes, there are KPIs, but there is a governance that looks at what has been billed, what has been collected, and what happens to that money. And Chair, we did indicate and demonstrate that for Maluti, these are the things, structural issues that we have dealt with that will help in terms of the sustainability of that DAA. I think let me allow the other issue that I also want to highlight, and again with the discussion around the FPE. There are some municipalities that do not have a license, an electricity license, but they do collect grants for electricity. And in those grants, it includes FPE, and not all the FPE is being passed on to Eskom, where Eskom is providing 100% of that community with electricity. Those are one of the things that we are trying to resolve with the DE, also in discussion with NT, because we do believe that while we are rolling out the smart meters, and we've got success on the losses. So yes, we also have losses. We have success on the losses. In fact, this financial year is for the first time we were able to reduce our electricity theft by almost 1,000 megawatts for the first time. And one of the reasons why we've been able to do that is obviously with the rollout of the smart meters, and we've also been rolling out the microgrids. But we still need those communities that do qualify for the FPE, for the municipalities to register, and for the municipality to pass on that money to Eskom in those areas. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to sustain the gains that we continue to have through the smart meter rollout. Chair, maybe I can just ask the team to top up without any waste of time. Thanks, Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you. Chair, again, I want to re-emphasize what Agnes has indicated. The DAA is not a tool just for revenue management. I think as Eskom, we are advocates of government in terms of supporting the development of different spheres of government in terms of skills and competencies. So when we started with the DAA, it was offering a whole host of competencies that we could actually impart to the municipalities in terms of the development to actually increase their service delivery to our communities. And those included commercial aspects, financial aspects, technical aspects, the issues around load reduction, energy losses, etc. So it is not there just in terms of revenue collection. It has a whole suite of things that we can help in terms of developing and supporting the municipalities for better service delivery. Chair, coming back in terms of the load reduction and the question specifically asked around the Western Cape, certainly that the Western Cape was also part and parcel of provinces that actually had load reduction. The Western Cape had 6 feeders that were part of the load reduction, and again, key to this is the load reduction focuses on areas where we were losing equipment and where there was a safety danger to the communities that we served. And in the case of the Western Cape, they've now managed to address those safety issues in terms of the equipment failure, and therefore we've seen the likes of the Western Cape and the Northern Cape that are removed. But in addition to that, we have a planned program in terms of then addressing the rest of the provinces, in which earlier my colleagues indicated that by October this year is to actually 7 out of the 9 provinces then should be addressed in terms of the load reduction. So the Western Cape is not special. It's just that they had a less amount of equipment failure, and therefore, in terms of resolving that issue, could do it a lot faster than the other provinces. Thanks, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair and colleagues. Just to cover the question.
So what would have been helpful is if you just introduce your name. I think when your colleague introduced you, neither of you moved or raised your hand or winked or anything that was suggesting as to who of you is who. All right, please proceed.
Apologies, Chair. Colin Reddy.
Okay, Kukulethu Tumagute. Just to address the question around do we have enough resources? So part of the DAA, we do work with the community, and we have recruited specifically on the municipalities where we are on the ground implementing. We have recruited fixed-term contracts within those municipalities to help supplement our resources on the ground. And then what happened after 5 years when we now hand over to the municipality, part of the DAA, we make sure that we work with the municipalities to upskill and capacitate their own resources, and we work on the infrastructure to make sure that the infrastructure is fully up to date and up to speed in terms of minimizing the losses and ensuring that on the meter side we are able to recover the revenue. So when we hand over the infrastructure that is up to date together with the meters and the systems, because as we are now getting the customers to be billed from our side. So when we hand over that system as well, so that the municipalities are capacitated enough to run their own business going forward. And then us addressing the root cause on the ground, we now on the journey of making sure that all the customers are billed by us. And when the customers are billed by us, we then follow through with the credit management control on those customers if the money is not coming through to the account as how it was billed. And then that process will then assist us to ensure that we deal with the root cause of the non-payment on the ground. As we have seen on the slide, if you look into the payment levels for our customers, it's for the last financial year it was 100%. But if you look into the municipality, the payment levels are so low. So this is what we are doing to make sure that we improve the payment levels within the municipalities. To what extent can the DA be reciprocated? We do have a blueprint of processes. We have fully established a dedicated section that is looking after the DA internally. So it is easy, therefore, for us to then reciprocate to other municipalities as and when we get the DAA's signed and be ready to implement. Thanks.
You are in the hot seat. That's your problem. Yes. Who's next? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Rajan Naidu, General Manager Finance for the Distribution Business Unit. There was a question raised around the structure of the actual distribution agreement. The current agreement, we are still busy trying to get agreement between the various parties in terms of standardization. But just to cover what's in the agreement, it does cover the services that a municipality would take up, be technical or financial, and that's clearly documented. But I think key in the document, we clearly define the roles of Eskom as well as the roles of the municipality. But I think if further detail is required, we can share that draft agreement because it's quite comprehensive. The other question that was raised was that since the introduction of the National Treasury Debt Relief Program, why did the debt double? Because in reality it has. It went from 55 and correctly so, we are sitting at about 114.3 billion. And part of the issue from an Eskom perspective is the conditions when the municipalities were accepted into the debt relief program. Eskom had to stay on any legal proceedings, any actions that it could take. So literally our hands were tied and we had to stand back even though the municipalities didn't pay us. So we saw an acceleration in non-payment since a lot of these municipalities actually entered the program. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would be next?
Thank you, Chair. Thabo Gekana, Acting DG, Department of Electricity and Energy. There was a question from Honorable Nkosi, I think it's in relation to FBE. So as the department, what we're doing now, we have taken a position to review the electricity pricing policy. And within that context, we are also reviewing the FBE. You're absolutely right. Currently, FBE at 50 kilowatt hour. I mean, it doesn't go a long way. So there have been extensive studies of which we have determined that at least if we can find a way of increasing FBE in the region of 200 kilowatt hours, it will really go a long way. So within the context of the reviewing of the EPP, we are going to cater that as well. And currently, we're going through the first iteration of the review of the EPP, and it's currently in the process of going through the cabinet process as a first iteration, which will, of course, subsequently being followed by, proper public consultation process. So that will be taken care of. The other thing that we are doing with the FBE, we have established that in terms of getting the eligible beneficiaries, increasing the registration of eligible beneficiaries, which are our indigent communities. Currently, I think we know that we have about 10 million indigent communities that are actually eligible to receive FBE. But in terms of registration, I mean, we're looking at about 2 million. So we need to increase the number of eligible beneficiaries to be on the system so that they can receive the FBE. How are we doing that? Even with the pilot program that is run by Eskom, RT, I forgot that RT, the smart meter rollout.
Can I just, if you don't mind, just discourage you from using so much of acronyms.
Okay.
Some of the people are looking at this unfamiliar with the departmental language of FBE.
FBE, okay. All right. Free basic electricity. My apologies, Chairperson. With the introduction of the smart metering pilot program supported by National Treasury, having Eskom as the implementing agent, one of the things that we're doing, those smart meters that we're rolling out, they will come with a self-built prepaid free basic electricity in terms of the units. So that's one of the interventions that we are testing. So hopefully going forward, as we scale the project, we'll have a system whereby indigenous communities do not have to suffer in terms of saying, where do I go if I want to be registered? So once it's a policy position, it's a policy, we'll make sure that part of the smart metering rollout within even the municipalities will come with that prepaid FBE at some point in time, or free basic electricity units at some point in time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We're done with Eskom and Department of Energy. Can we take the next one? COGTA and Treasury and SALGA. Let's start with COGTA.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good afternoon to members of the committee. I was going through the questions here. There are more than 2011. And in the interest of time, as the chairperson has already indicated, that we should be mindful of the available time in our response to these matters. I will try to respond to them in a consolidated manner without necessarily going into specific details per each question. They will remain standing for probable written submission if required. The first one, Chair, is that there are matters around this process which talks to the overall municipal trading services reforms. And I suppose at the center of the discussion that we're having today here, in trying to find better mechanisms on how do we deliver services to our communities through our municipal platforms effectively and efficiently, to address the related problems and difficulties that have been identified so far, centers around this process on what is it that we want to do going forward to respond to system, structural, and inherent management problems. The DAA is a very important mechanism which we do support as COGTA unconditionally, but related to the applicable frameworks. They are not necessarily conditions because these are very important matters. The legislative framework that exists in terms of the Constitution, in terms of the Systems Act, and as well as the MFMA, becomes extremely important that as we endeavor to intervene in resolving these problems, the implementation and the application of the DAA ought to be located within that process. But very importantly, Eskom continues and it remains the only state-owned entity with the necessary capacity and the systems to work with us going forward to deal with these matters. And as we do so, our understanding is that the DAA, therefore, should not necessarily be the only long-lasting solution to these matters because it is coming in as an intervention mechanism, whilst we are working on the reforms on the municipal trading services, electricity, water, sanitation, and other related matters. That process, unavoidably, it is going to bring about fundamental solutions on how do we deal with the provision of services to the people of this country once it is concluded. Now, in the meantime, whilst we are working on that long-term review process, we see the DAA as an alternative measure to be able to handle these matters, like I said, within the applicable legislation. That is the first point. Related to the same matter, I think for us not to speak from different perspectives as responsible departments, the President has put together an IMC, Interministerial Committee, on municipal support and intervention in areas of delivery of services, electricity included. Now, what this discussion, Honorable Chairperson, says to us is that both COGTA, Eskom, National Treasury, and together with SALGA, we've got to agree on the establishment of a municipality electricity, distressed municipalities electricity assessment framework that must actually bring all these authorities closer together so that first and foremost, even before probably Eskom or the department could issue a list of either defaulting or challenged municipalities, that platform of technical leadership within the applicable departments would be in a better position to do a proper assessment based on the agreed framework on how do we ensure that the DAA in the meantime becomes a model that can help us to stabilize municipalities. Because if we are going to take a posture that says, because of the difficulties and the experiences that we're having inherent in the system, we want to drop off all municipalities, there will be many more unintended consequences. And at this level of leadership, for us, that platform, Chairperson, I think it will be extremely important to have something like that so that we can be in a better position to bring together all the structures to process these matters. That is the second matter that relates to a lot of questions that have been asked here. The point would therefore then address a few points, for instance. What is the authority of SALGA? What is the systems that COGTA as a department is doing to intervene and ensure consequence management and other related issues? So that platform, without necessarily being tempted to say this is what we are doing, this is not what we are doing, it will basically aggregate all the concerns of the honorable members and chart a very clear framework on how do we get out of this situation with a much more improved appreciation of the agency with which this matter ought to be attended to. That is the second point. The third point, Chair, I think it has got to do, and I think that's what I could see here as members were speaking. They want us to come and actually explain about the state of our municipalities and the efforts which we are doing as COGTA. To what extent working together with National Treasury, because it's not a singular mandate as well of COGTA alone. We're working based on the principle of complementarity and as well as collective leadership as departments that are occasioned to input and impact this system. So the municipal performance and turnaround strategy is very clear, and it accommodates all these departments, including COGTA, Treasury, Water and Sanitation, SALGA, those that constitute the IMC on the implementation of this turnaround strategy to impact all municipalities. We can therefore then be able to provide a much more detailed account as to how are we unfolding that particular plan and a process in stabilizing these areas, because the issue of electricity is not the only one that basically gives us sleepless nights in the system. So there is a concerted system and an effort based on a strategy that is in existence, agreed upon not only by us alone, but by these other departments, including various provinces. So we may have to come and look at how and to what extent are we stabilizing these matters, because the DAA, as we're saying, is an intervention mechanism. The long-term solution is to basically build a very strong, resilient system of local government that on its own, it should be able to carry the constitutional mandate bestowed upon them in terms of the schedules of the Constitution, so that there is no presupposition as to whether there is an intention to want to usurp powers of municipalities or not. Our mandate together is to restate the resilience, the effectiveness, if not the efficiency of the entire system to perform its constitutionally bestowed mandate. Failure to do so, there are mechanisms that we are from time to time invoking and putting in place. Section 139 is one of those, Section 154 is one of those, and the applicable Systems Act processes as it was indicated earlier on. So we may have to come back and say, to what extent are all this basket of legislative interventions and mechanisms helpful, and to what extent can we give evidence of whether we are succeeding or not in our collective endeavor of impacting this matter. But with this specific matter in particular, which gives us sleepless nights, we really would not want to see communities being disconnected and not have electricity. It would be very irresponsible on our side not to work together with National Treasury and SALGA in particular, because SALGA would never ever have, or it was never designed to have an executive authority over municipalities. It's an association for peer review mechanism. And ourselves, together with National Treasury and Water and Sanitation, within the frameworks applicable in law derived from the Constitution, we do have a responsibility to stabilize the system. And those matters are located within the municipal performance and turnaround strategy, which we are basically working on. That actually talks to how do we aggressively deal with matters of stabilizing governance, strengthen their institutions. How do we deal with matters of malversation, malfeasance, and sleaze that could be characterized as corruption? What are the measures? We do actually have discussions and working mechanisms with state law entities. We do sit with them. They do report to us, and we do give them our understanding based on what we do as we do work all over the country, that here and there we think there's a need. This area would require your intervention more than us, because certain things are not administrative mistakes, they are matters of criminality. And therefore we can't handle criminal cases. We can only refer them to that. So where we're sitting, we are not ambiguous in our resolve to deal with matters of crime and criminality. And if honorable members also do have, pointers of where some of these things could be happening in the entire municipal administration, I think you do have all the leeway to sensitize us and say, in that area, out of my assessment work in constituency, this is what we could find out, and therefore, COGTA, we're going to hold you accountable. National Treasury, these are your responsibilities. So this performance turnaround strategy deals with those pillars of stabilizing a municipal system going forward. The last point on my side, Honorable Chairperson, would be to say, as we handle all these matters working together, the extent to which ourselves working together with the Department of Energy and Electricity and National Treasury, I think it is extremely important. The Office of His Excellency, through Operations Volunteer, they have given us a very clear framework on how do we work together and make sure that we improve on the systems, so that those identified municipalities, for instance, the 14, and if there are still others that are likely to come, as we meet with them as COGTA, we are not meeting with them as if we have got the exclusive mandate to do so. We meet with them to facilitate, to make sure that agreements that would have been agreed upon are not defaulted. And therefore, the management of whether there's compliance or defaulting should not be the exclusive mandate of Eskom alone, and where it is frustrated, it therefore then goes for the jugular. So the framework which we are proposing of a municipal distressed municipalities assessment framework, it will basically ease a lot of issues. So when we come to meetings of this nature in future, that team will be able to lift issues to the ministerial level. I was talking to the minister earlier on here, Minister Professor Ramkhupa, that I think what I see out of these presentations and the discussions is the fact that there is a need for a much more closer ministerial interaction and discussions on how do we manage this process going forward. And therefore, the assessment tool framework that we're proposing, that will be constituted by these various departments and their organs, unavoidably is going to clear a lot of problems, a lot of issues, and occasion the DAA in the meantime as an intervention mechanism without necessarily defining it as a long-term solution. If it is to become a long-term solution, it will be determined at an appropriate time. But in between now and that moment, where there is no policy clarity about its future existence, we can be able to deal with these matters, because we really want to stabilize provision of electricity to our communities. We want to stabilize our municipal entities for them to perform their constitutionally bestowed mandate. That's how I can very briefly, Chair, comprehensively try to respond to all these questions that have been listed. I went through my notes here. I think there are about 29, and I'm not sure whether I will be able to go through each one of them. I'll need an hour to go through each one of them in terms of the way they've been put forward. But that's what I can say for now, Chair, with due respect to all the honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The chair won't be intimidated. We can give you an hour. Thank you. Can we have Treasury?
Thank
then
you.
we'll have SALGA after that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think there are 4 things to touch on, and then if any of the Treasury officials if I've missed anything, the Treasury officials can pick it up. I think, first and foremost, let me just discuss, there was a query raised around indigent registration and the ring fencing of money there too. The Treasury provides the funding for free basic electricity and water based on poverty measures by Stats SA for each municipality. Because if we did it by indigent registration, firstly, the numbers right now are so small that we would pay next to nothing. Problem number 1. But problem number 2 is that you create the wrong behavioral incentive, because then municipalities would register or create, fictitiously, potentially, thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of indigents to try to get more money out of the system. And so you've got to use an objective data set to determine how much money goes into the system for free basic electricity and so on. So the debate around ring fencing and so on, I think through COGTA and that local government needs to happen. But around how the numbers are sourced and how that money goes into the system, I think the most objective criteria is the poverty data that we get from Stats SA on the number of poor households per municipality. And that's how that determination is made. Then there was a question on Treasury and credit control and so on. Since 2024, the Treasury has routinely been invoking Section 216 of the Constitution to invoke our rights to municipalities that are non-compliant or who are becoming a fiscal risk to the state, which is a requirement of the Constitution. And routinely, we go and then issue a notice saying we intend to withhold equitable share. And with multiple municipalities, what we have done is we've created a situation where we would say, particularly B municipalities, we would say, here is your equitable share, we're withholding the amount because you owe X amount to Eskom or Water Board or Pension Fund or SARS. And then we'd say, we'll release the first tranche, give us proof of payment that you paid Eskom or SARS or whatever's outstanding, and when they send us proof of payment, then we will release the rest. That's what Treasury has been doing fairly consistently. However, it is not a long-term sustainable solution to the problem, because the National Treasury simply does not have the capacity to become the chief financial officer of 200 plus municipalities across the country. So we are doing that. We are invoking that. We've been doing it consistently since 2024. However, I must also say that when we do that, last year in December, for example, we saw a huge backlash from SAMU and others, and threats in the public domain and so on towards the Treasury. And it's very important that unions and others understand that these municipalities are not paying your members' pension funds and SARS. And so the employees are going to get to a point where they discover that, and Eskom, of course, that's why we're here, that suddenly they don't, when they have to file their taxes, the municipality hasn't paid over their SARS. And so some of the backlash the Treasury is getting for invoking these provisions actually needs the defense of Parliament to say, actually, this is not an anti-worker measure, it is actually a critical constitutional measure. And in many cases protects workers, because then their salaries get paid, their PAYE gets paid to SARS, their pension funds get paid. And we do need more backing from Parliament. So I'm glad that you raised it, because we really do need the defense of Parliament to keep doing that, considering the pressure we get. I've received correspondence from a provincial MEC trying to explain, for example, why we should not withhold funds. And at the same time, the provinces need to start paying the municipal debt. So these are the kinds of pressures we get politically in the system. And it would be very helpful if Parliament could defend us. So I'm very, very grateful that you raised that point. There was questions, what steps were taken in Free State, Northern Cape and Northwest municipalities. Again, it is around what we are doing with the withholding of equitable share to try to change the behavior. But at the crux of it all is what we are trying to do with the debt relief program, and that is to not give bailouts, but to get people to correct their behavior. So the debt relief program is very simple. There's a whole lot of conditions. We will facilitate the installation of smart meters and so on as part of the program. However, what we require municipalities to do is something incredibly simple. We know you have interest, we know you have historic debt. Please just start by keeping your current accounts up to date. And if you do that for a period of time, we'll write off your debt. The more you do that, the more debt you write off. That's the core principle of this. And it is very frustrating that you create the system, you create the funding, you execute, and then you're not getting where you need to. And you saw on the slides there are 30 municipalities potentially to be exited from the program for non-compliance, at which point the distribution agency agreement will kick in, which we've discussed at length. But if the distribution agency agreement doesn't work, then we're back in Mfuleni territory, where Eskom is going to attach bank accounts. And at that point, I think it would be fair to say that the state has done everything that it can on delinquent municipalities. And if Eskom attaches the bank accounts, that is the last behavioral mechanism, and then hopefully the political office bearers of those municipalities can go back to their constituents and explain why they have failed in two different processes where we have tried to help them out. So I think it's very important to understand that. I'm not sure if there are any other questions that my Treasury officials want to come in on. I see the thumbs up from my team. Okay, they're happy with my responses. There we go. Thank you very much.
Can we have SALGA, please?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think it's good that you started with the two departments in order to collaborate what has been indicated, that maybe it is important that as SALGA we explain our mandate. Maybe that's where the problem is. That is why sometimes we get confused in how SALGA should be interacting with local government. Our mandate is clear, is to support, is to lobby, and to represent. There's no executive authority there. So it says we should be here representing collective views that comes from local government in relation to any other issue that has a direct impact in terms of what local government is doing. That is why we're here to deal with the DAA on behalf of local government. And that mandating process continue to say local government will clearly indicate to SALGA through our governance structure, our PEC and NEC, the position of local government in relation to how we must view development of certain policies, like we're saying now, we're busy with them, the issue of the white paper. Through that mandating process, National Executive Committee of SALGA represent those views of local government in terms of how do we see the funding processes moving forward, the current governance structures of local government, how are they impacting our capacity to constitutionally be able to carry out our mandate. So that is what SALGA is generally about. On the issues raised, we must be able to agree with you clearly that local government has capacity issues, seriously so. That is why we're saying so in our report. That is why SALGA, the NEC, mandated the presidency to meet with all political parties, their president, not even just any other person, primarily to raise the issue of saying it is about time that we do two things. The first thing, what kind of capacity are we bringing in terms of councillors? I'm happy that we're going to elections and we're going to have to insist on that. What kind of capacity are our political parties bringing as councillors? Because the reason there is capacity, and I'm a capacity challenge, I agree with the honorable, the first speaker there. The poor governance is primarily because you are putting people who are unable to understand, first of all, what is their responsibility, and if the person is the executive mayor, and then you are going to have a crisis. If the person is an MM, then you are going to have administration collapse. So that is why we're saying let's support local government, not because we have nothing to say, as Honorable Batiwa said, no. Primarily because we understand that the collapse of local government is the collapse of government as a whole, because all of us here comes from a ward. And if local government collapse, it says we are out of the game, all of us. So this is why we're saying when it comes to the processes that are being engaged here, number one, we're saying let's engage the DAA in a manner that goes through legislation that supports local government, that strengthen our capacity to function as local government. So in so doing, we will be making sure that indeed this important sphere of government function optimally in the best interest of our people and our communities. The matters relating to intergovernmental collaboration as raised by the Deputy Minister here is very key, because we understand that when we collaborate, we are able to identify key challenges that makes it impossible for local government to function. In so doing, avoid a situation where we are here today, whereby we are able to be talking about the level of debt. Because if we look at the two issues that are being raised around the issue of debt, we are saying we are owing 110 billion, but local government is being owed 460 billion, primarily because of what Honorable Nkosi was saying. He comes from a municipality where 90% of people can pay for nothing. So why are we not dealing with that white big elephant that is creating the current situation? Because I don't believe that people will deliberately not want to pay, as Honorable Trent was saying. It's not a general thing. It will be 5-10% of irresponsible people, but generally people want to pay. But the economic situation, as raised earlier on by the minister, we must be able to look at it and say, why is it this big number? Because it shouldn't be that big if we are having a situation where the economy is growing and it's growing for all of us. So that is why I was saying as SALGA, let's look at a nuanced way of dealing with the current situation in a manner that will say, how can we collaboratively at intergovernmental level create systems that will assist local government to move forward in ensuring that it is able, firstly, to provide services and collect for those services in an environment that allows for that. Where it is not possible, what is it that we can do collectively to help? We once indicated as the presidency of SALGA that maybe when it comes to people who are in government, maybe we should have SARS assisting local government in that regard, because it's an instrument that can be able to assist local government to say, if the Treasury can help to have departments paying, why SARS shouldn't help to help local government for people who are government employees to pay for their services? Because that is collaboration. That is why I was saying some of the issues that we need to deal with, honorable members, is about collaboration. It's not about pointing fingers. It's not about seeking who is wrong. But how can we best create a government that serves our people moving forward? But for technical issues, I think that Mgidi can finish up on the key issues that are remaining. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we are just going to now have to sum up. It's the time that is telling us that we need to do that. The kitchen staff was also outside threatening to close the kitchen before we can go and eat, and that will be wasteful expenditure from our part. Very quickly, we're just going to say that the members have raised pertinent issues regarding the lack of consequence management being taken against non-compliant municipalities, the issue of corruption within municipalities, and the lack of political will to address the challenges faced within municipalities. The committees are aware of the policy reforms in progress, the electricity pricing policy review, and the reviewed draft white paper on local government. However, these will take time to be implemented. Therefore, we need to, in the interim, to measure interim measures such as the DAA and others to address the rising municipal debt. What is clear is that action from both sides, Eskom and the municipalities, are needed to act in concert with each other, with support from government. Without mutual understanding, the problem cannot be resolved. And as a way forward, we need to continue monitoring the implementation of DAA and the municipal debt. So that is just our contribution as the Electricity and Energy Committee. We will hand over to the chairperson of the Committee on COGTA, who is going to summarize everything and give us a way forward. After him, our secretary of the committee will then lead us to lunch. He'll lead us to where the lunch is happening, because it's not on this floor. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. indeed, this has been a challenge that we've all had to deal with over quite a long period. I recall that we used to, when we had to deal with this issue of how to approach this, we had to go through all the challenges such as the calculation of Eskom, the issues of NMD, how they ended up with compound interest on the bill and the whole amount. And we have now come to a point where there's this DAA with some municipalities that are not cooperating. The fact that this DAA is not a permanent solution and that it also has got compliance challenges. The issues raised particularly to the municipalities' ability to generate revenue, and this was foreseen as one of the impacts of the renewables coming into the private from the private sector, but now this compounded by the fact that there's a huge debt that's going up. And then, of course, the whole issue around the culture of non-payment, illegal connections. There's always going to be this tension about whether the debt is there a level of fairness or unfairness in the process, but also there's going to be always this concern about the pressure from the tariff. Is the tariff also, is the structure sustainable? So all of these issues I've heard you also have been raising concerns of cost vending. There was some resistance in some of the provinces. All of these were obviously the challenges that we can see indicate the complexity of this particular matter. I think one issue that the Deputy Minister has kind of touched on is this challenge of analyzing the balance between the DAA obligations and the sustainability of municipal revenue collection processes. And to an extent, the question of whether in fact there's usurping of the municipal responsibilities. The issues raised by SALGA are also of importance, although I think Honorable Taibosh believed that Honorable Mailem was very hard. I do agree with Honorable Taibosh. Honorable Mailem was very hard. But let's also be frank that SALGA tends to be too defensive when you deal with this matter. That's what I thought creates the reaction. But we do understand that from the point of view of SALGA, does not have the executive authority and the resources to actually effect the turnaround that might be part of their wishes. So again, we need to find a way to balance that whole kind of situation. There was a mention here of a report on electricity reform that can be shared, and I hope that we can then get that shared to us. And may we request that it be so, that such a report be shared with us. There are other issues which are beyond the municipalities' ability to deal with, as like non-viable municipalities, which are incapable by design of being able to run themselves, and those are issues that we have to deal with. We've dealt with municipalities which we have asked the question, you signed the agreement, the DAA, but you defaulted. And they said, actually, when we signed, we knew we're going to default. We don't have enough resources. So for them, it was a Hobson's choice. You either do it or you do it. If you don't, then you, of course, there's no sympathy for you. So I think what we, and of course, I've heard the threat from Treasury about, we said we want to write this off and you guys aren't cooperating, we're taking that offer away. I think we need to face the reality that before I say that, there's also this feeling, and a number of us as public representatives are beginning to feel that, this whole billing problem is out of control and unaffordable to most of the communities, but we're not too sure about what the basis of the billing is, whether there isn't any thing that's untoward in that process. So that remains at the back of our mind as one concern about these bills, that the municipality end up having to kind of bully people to pay, and at the same time they may not necessarily justify, but they can't disprove because the system is controlled by those who are actually demanding the payment, and that for us is a matter of concern. Now, and then of course on the other side, there's also a feeling that you can budget for free basic electricity, but when you have to manage the budget, then the amount is not really proportional to what was received that gets used. And so they end up also shortchanging some of the public on the one side. So these are the things that seem to be appearing for all of us. But nevertheless, I think what we want to do is, where do we go from here? And I want to support the proposal that comes from Deputy Minister for COGTA, that it would be very helpful for this committee, joint committee, to actually come back and get something that is more concrete. So this formation of an interministerial committee to do the assessment of distressed municipalities and those that are in debt, and with not just assessment, but with intervention. Because as we're sitting and listening through, and I think Honorable Tring was raising the question about whether the causation of the problem is comprehensive enough, and added up the element of corruption, irregularities. So I saw the COGTA had actually crafted it inside there, and it's not quite clear, but you can see, well, it's also included, but it's not quite definite. So the reality for us is that it's not clear what then COGTA is doing in this regard. So what we're then saying is this interministerial committee would help us so that this problem is not viewed in isolation. So everybody's kind of being defensive about it. And from our side, you pay or else. From their side, we can't pay or, So that kind of thing is a problem. We need a solution that is an intergovernmental and cooperative ownership of the problem and the provision of the solution. Then if it's one team looking at it, then we'll have a better solution here. And so what we are calling for as a committee is we need that interministerial committee on distressed municipality to assess and intervene. It must not just be assessment, but also be intervention, so that it can then deal with all of these problems at the same time. A sustainable plan to address the complexities of this debt, the growing debt, and the correct governance failures, to correct the governance failures, which include corruption in this case, deal with dysfunctionality, the structural non-viability, where you actually, whatever we do, those municipalities don't have their own source of revenue. So someone at national level would have to intervene. And then the other structural non-viability and operational weaknesses, which include the issue of revenue generation, which will include the issue of unaffordable bills, and also the protection of the indigent, and also address these legalities where it sounds like there's a threat to say, are you sure you're following the law? When you listen, it will address all of those issues. So we don't have each one looking at at each other suspiciously, but everyone cooperating to get one solution of a very complex situation, with everyone owning it on the basis that we're all one family trying to solve the problem that's affecting each and every aspect of us. That, for me, it's an important element that will also deal with the issue of illegal connections, the criminality associated, the culture of non-payment. So I would say we support that interministerial committee looking at distressed municipality with assessments of the challenges as well as the intervention. So I would say for us, if in 3 months' time we got that report back, then we'll have a slightly different angle of viewing the problems or the challenges and the solutions, but it will give us a sense that there's intergovernmental cooperation in providing the solution of this to this particular problem. The second issue would be also to request presentations to be done to us on the issue where the distribution, the issue of restructuring of the electricity distribution industry, as well as issues around municipal finances by COGTA on the what call on the white paper drafting team on the municipal finance. So somewhere along the line, the issue of how we're going to be looking at restructuring of the entire industry comes in now. So can we be given, where are you on that, so that we can say there's a strategy going forward that's going to address this issue, rather than the DAA that's a 3-year temporary intervention. But there's a strategy in the restructuring of the electricity distribution industry, what is happening there, and then also how this affects the municipal finance issues as well. So that together will actually help this committee to move forward. So when we come in, we're not kind of listening to a crisis management. We're listening to a structured strategy of how to solve a problem that's been growing and worsening over the years, and that's really what will help us. So if we give you 3 months to come back with those, two key interventions, it will actually help the committees to see that there's a considered approach to deal with this, rather than each one, dealing with it from their own side. So that, for me, would be what would suggest would be the way forward. And let me also say thank you to the members for all your contributions, and thanks to the presenters for your presentation. Let me get back to the Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for your very capable manner in which you have handled this meeting, and also for the energy that you have. I'd like to hand over to you at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Let's go for lunch.
Sorry, honorable members. Lunch is served in Mark's building.